G'day everyone. Nice to have you here. And it's been a while since I've been offline, both personal reasons and for YouTube's sort of love of me. Yes, I was punished. I was spanked. And I'm back for, well, not for more. 2 more strikes and I'm dead. The channel's dead. So gotta be careful. But, you know, we can have a bit of fun with Jabba, our dear friend Jabba the Hutt. Yes, he loves to poke people and mandate things towards people. Yes, yes, all I can say is may the force be with you. Richard, good to see you again. Ah, yes. Good evening, morning, afternoon, good people. Yes, it depends on which part of the planet you're on. G'day, Ness. Angela, I know you've missed me. I did see that email of yours. It's nice to be missed. You mean that big thing with a big tail? Doesn't look anything like me. Hey, Sir Tassie Devil to you, Richard. Sir Tassie Devil. RFB 321. Howdy, yes. Good to see you. I missed last week's stream. There wasn't one. And it's an addiction at this point. Yeah, oh, thank you. Yeah, when it comes to YouTube, it is a farce. G'day, Scotty. Yes, it's been an interesting period in YouTube clown land, unfortunately. There's been a few people out there that have been sort of targeted within the YouTubia land. I'm just trying to get forgot to put up my little running window. Just makes it easier. There's Bobby's perspective with raw Christina holding 2 avocados over her private parts, the top private parts. Yes. She's lost the plot a long time ago. A long time ago. Yep, I better pop out my chat window. Something that I... And I get a commercial. Ah, yes, I do need some beauty cream. Commercials. YouTube never can get away from them. It's 11 p.m. I will go to sleep listening to Harry. Don't know how to take that, but thank you anyway. Move on. Didn't realise I was a sedative as well. UAE, Biff, good to see you, mate. Currently, I'm a sedative for RFB in that regard. Glyphosate in coffee. Yes, interesting subject. It's extremely low, and it depends on which country and where it's being sourced. Yeah. Problem is the entire food supply has so much glyphosate around it. It is a massive problem. It is a massive problem trying to even get away from the damn stuff. it's the reason why I said in my earlier stream, there's an estimate of things like SIBO being over 100 million people in the US. That's in the US alone. We've seen an explosion in that regard. But unfortunately, in agriculture now, glyphosate and many other similar type of products are being used much more aggressively, and the industry is pushing them because it's forced a lot of farmers, and we're seeing suicide of farmers in India and many other parts where a lot of them have gone over to these GMOs, and literally the multinationals now just control their entire the entire supply line to such a level that they basically squeeze the living life out of these people, literally. And it's appalling what's happening in many parts of the world for small farmers, but also, a lot of them have been hooked on glyphosate, or Roundup as it's called in the Australasian environment. It's the same stuff. And the problem is it works pretty well, for what it's meant to, but it has a lot of negative effects on our gut microbiome. That's the problem, and it's not me saying it. It's Monsanto, or Bayer, as the company that bought Monsanto, is saying it themselves. They registered glyphosate as an antibiotic. I didn't. You didn't. Nobody else did. They did. They made it quite clear that they consider it having antibiotic properties. You're not supposed to, basically. We know from studies on misuse of antibiotics or overuse of antibiotics has a devastating effect on the gut microbiome. If this has the same effects which the company claims that it does, well, it probably explains a lot of the gut problems that we're having, that a lot of the population is having today, so compounded with the inappropriate levels of fiber and stuff like that we're not suited, because we don't have a cecum. We've only got an appendix to deal with as well. You could get a weed in it. If you're taking it with a weed, you may have to use Roundup. Can't roaches have their morning cup in peace? Steps to recover mitochondria without supplements. Stearic acid and palmitate. Things that are very high in saturated fats. They cause reverse electron transport through complex 1, which signals to the cell to basically encourage the cell to biogenesis, or to produce more mitochondria. So that's one way of doing it. I know there is a stearic supplement, but it's actually used as a weight loss thing, but it could be used to encourage more mitochondrial through reverse electron transport through complex 1, encourage more mitochondrial biogenesis. So remember, the complexes, one is primarily the one that also carbohydrates use, very highly energetic, but also saturated fats like palmitate, to a less extent, monounsaturates, but it's primarily the long chain saturate fats that actually, in particular, stearic and palmitate, that actually will create this signaling effect through complex 1. So exercise, obviously, fasting, obviously, all the classical sort of things, time restricted feeding, all these things have a positive effect in terms of mitochondrial density and health, reducing the amount of deuterium in the food. So eating species appropriate and avoiding foods that actually are high in deuterium. That's the other way. So there's a couple of ways there. If you're looking for stearic acid as a supplement, you would actually have to look into the weight loss industry. They tend to have these products. Yep. But you wouldn't, I mean, yep. At the end of the day, if you're engaging the Randall cycle, you can take as much of this weight loss so-called stearic acid supplement, but it's not going to really do much for you at the end of the day. But it does have that other benefit. So, yeah. So why do you get serious leg cramps at 3 a.m. when I exercise hard? Take it in the evenings. Take it in the evening. Not enough salt. You're probably losing salt, or you may have subclinical losses of the other electrolytes. What taurine does is it actually regulates the electrolytes. But if you don't have enough of certain things, then it will actually deplete some to actually get homeostasis. So you need to get enough sodium in there, because basically you're always getting, if you're eating a species appropriate diet, you're eating meat and all that, you will always have enough magnesium, enough potassium based on the excretion rates. If you check out my videos and all that, the biggest issue is sodium, and it's low insulin, low retention. And so what you need to do is basically improve the actual, that side, sodium things is usually the case. And also reduce the amount of water, because urination also can get rid of, in a low carbohydrate state, a lot of the water. And so if you basically hydrate with fat and reduce the amount of intake of water to when you're thirsty, and use fat as your main, source of energy, you will basically end up hydrating more with fat and actually feeling less thirsty. You could always get lower deuterium water, which is another source, but those are sort of your options. But it usually is salt. I used to leg cramps when I was low carb, keto type, and when I increased my protein intake, all those issues went away. Salt and protein, really fixed. I don't have leg cramps. Even if I get to take taurine for a couple of days, I still don't get any. I used to, but I don't anymore. And so I think you've got to get more protein in there. I think people are too low on the protein side. And, when they tend to be low on the protein side, they're actually taking in from the animal foods, because they've got more fat, less protein. The potassium, the magnesium is in the protein. You're getting less of those things. And then many people avoid salt for whatever reason. They're in a more low, they have higher, and the whole idea isn't to chase ketones. I need to say that again. Bart tells you guys, and he reminds you, it's not the chasing ketones. That's not the goal. The goal is basically to be in a low insulin state, not to be chasing ketones. Okay? And that's why we tend to basically get, Bart eats once a day, I eat twice a day, but I have one major meal and then a snack type meal, a lighter type meal. And that's how I operate in that regard. So most of the rest of the day, there may be the odd coffee with low deuterium water, or the odd, drink here or there, but primarily, and salt, so most of my drinks, when I do have water, it's got salt in it in that regard. And I salt heavily I usually have a tendency to lose salt much easier. I've had always that problem, even in my previous sort of dietary way. So some people tend to lose more salt than others. It's just the way we are made, genetic differences. And so I sweat much more. I've got this tendency to have greater salt loss than other people. So you may be one of those people. And I had to go really, and it's really hard when, but I know my salt threshold now. I feel it. And when I've got too much, my body usually goes, but I can go for weeks and weeks eating shitloads of salt and still not being satisfied, still not even realizing the food is salty, even though I've put shitloads of salt. And then all of a sudden I hit a day where I go, this seems a bit salty. there I've now hit my threshold. That's the sort of person I am. I tend to have high salt loss. Not everybody does. We vary because of genetics and stuff like that. So those are the reasons. And then because you're getting homeostasis, you've got low salt loss, then you lose the other ones as well for the body to find homeostasis. So yeah, you got to sort that out. Sometimes supplement for a little period of time, get the salt up, and then you've achieved a much higher homeostasis, then you're fine. From there on, as long as you maintain a good sodium level and maintain good osmotic sort of homeostasis of the intra and extracellular fluids with taurine. Anyway, Mike, good to see you, mate. How real yogurt. This is not a yogurt making. There are a few good sites that actually on how to make yogurts and this and stuff like that, and kefirs. Google them. You'll find actually some really good stuff that some people have out there, and some of the traditional. Look for ask for traditional Greek yogurt or stuff like that, and you will find some really good sites on that sort of stuff. The person who's really in our family, Sean, my brother, he's really good at those sort of kefirs and yogurts and all that. So I better ask him next time. So ask me again, and I'll probably have got something off him in terms of giving you a bit of an insight. I'm not the best when it comes to, I know a bit about food, but I don't consider myself. Sean used to run actually a restaurant. He actually knows food. I'm not I just like food, but yeah. How much coffee do I drink? You're not asking me actually, but I'll let you know. I usually basically just drink 2 or 3 coffees a day. Sometimes only one. I've only had one today, one single. That was over at Dad's, so I haven't had any other coffee for the whole day. But I'm also a fast metabolizer of caffeine, so I can clear it out of the system very fast at a fourth of the time, which basically means that I don't even feel anything from it. So it has no effect for me. So yeah, my body actually detoxifies caffeine very rapidly out of the body. So that's why I can have a late coffee at 9 o'clock at night and still go to bed and just I'm out like that. It doesn't affect me at all. It's not in my system. It's only in for 1.5 hours and then it's cleared. Not even that sometimes it feels like. AG, tried to put a link into the chat, but it disappeared. YouTube. Yeah. Type in Biophase Candida. Yep. I'll look it up later. But I'll forget. Okay, for yeast and candida. Okay, so that's the one there. So it's that one there. Okay, so there's no other fillers or any other crap. Looks fairly good. A bit like the other product that, with a couple of additional stuff that do have a number of other properties. Yep. Looks okay. But I haven't looked into it to really be able to comment specifically. I usually need to do a bit of research, but find out a bit more about the product, see if there's any studies on it and stuff like that. So thanks, AG, for the info. I'll look into it and see whether there are any studies out there and see what I come up with. Your illustrious leader must be flying past doing this or doing that from your end. G'day, Michael. Is a person with an appendix susceptible to digestive issues? Potentially. Because your gut microbiome is actually stored in your appendix. So what you get at birth, it's what we used to have a cecum. Basically the cecum is where the apes keep all their gut microbiome, so to speak, all the bacterial, and use it to break down fiber and stuff like that. Well, ours has shrunk down to an appendix. Doesn't play that role anymore. We're not designed for fiber. We can't handle a lot of fiber. Simple as that. And yeah. So pretty much, if you don't have an appendix, which can be a problem for some people, if you do have glyphosate and stuff like that, then it can be a bit more involved to try and you still got bacteria in there, but if you lose key species, it's very hard to get them back from the diet sometimes. That's the problem, and you need to supplement specifically to get them back, especially the lactobacillus type bacteria. So whether the lactobacillus reuteri or rhamnosus and stuff like that, they tend to be decimated by things like antibiotics and glyphosate and stuff like that. And some of the bifidobacteria, especially the infantis, like in the US, it's estimated that about 90% of the population doesn't have any infantis, and 80 odd has a lot of loss of a lot of the lactobacillus types. So, and some of these lactobacillus types, like the reuteri, and together with infantis, even more with infantis, bifidobacterium, it actually can cleanse the small intestine of pathogenic bacteria and other things. So basically it helps eliminate SIBO. That's why SIBO is on the rise around the world, and it's like something like over 100 million estimated in the US from the medical records. It's estimated, so it's not exact measurement, but it's an estimate based on the recorded issues by physicians to general registers on different issues in the population. So it's quite high, let's say that, in that regard. And there's an issue definitely with when it comes to a lack of an appendix. It adds another level of complexity in sorting out certain things. I'm not surprised, AG, that Salad Boy would have a stearic acid supplement. I'm not surprised at all. But you don't have to buy his expensive stuff. You can actually just eat animal foods that are very high in stearic acid. Or basically, there are cheaper options out there that are just as good. As long as they don't have any fillers. You've got to look at the fillers. If they got fillers, give them a miss. If they don't have fillers, they're fine. There are many other products out there. Harry, what do you think about prokinetics for SIBO and for gastroparesis recovery? I think I've spoken about this before in this regard. I think that I've got a video that I've done on the stomach in terms of the taurine plays a big role in this regard. Also, taurine plays a big role in some of these areas in terms of your gut. As long as you got gut motility, it's not the actual, you got to get away from the concept of, a lot of people talk about prokinetics as if, the quicker you flush out, the better. Not necessarily. If you want to absorb, if you're basically having something like sugar, yeah, obviously it's going to clear through the system very fast. It goes rapidly into the bloodstream, and it's not a very healthy thing, and it's got piss poor nutrients. If you take a supplement like a whey supplement or a protein powder, you'll absorb that very fast as well. But if you have real food, you will absorb it much slower, and so the bodies will slow down the absorption rate, the movement, the motility of food through the small intestine. That means proteins and stuff like that, in order to extract more nutrients over 6 to 8 hours. That's why when you have a lot of eggs and steak and stuff like that, because they've also got high utilization, where a supplement only has utilization of 17%, like plant protein, that means 70%, that's it. So rapidly takes that into the amino pool, but it can't absorb any more. Utilize any more. So basically, either that gets either gets excreted, used as glycogen store, or excess will be converted to sugar. But if you basically have real animal foods, what happens is it slows down at over 6 to 8 hours. You slowly absorb all those nutrients, so you feel full, you don't feel hungry, and that's fine. At the end of the day, that's what you want. That's the normal way humans used to consume. They used to wake up, they'd get a boost of cortisol, a bit of glucose from that, and basically on their way with some free fatty acids. There was no fridge, no food. You just got out there. You did your activities in a fasted state. You hunted down an animal. You got the animal. You killed the animal. And then eventually you may have consumed a bit of its blood, a bit of the electrolytes, a bit of the organ meats, get a bit of a multivitamin, and then the rest you take back to cook for the rest of the tribe and share out the takings, so to speak. And then as the sun went down, you had feasted quite a bit for a few, for an hour or two, or maybe a bit, for a length of time in a social manner, slowly eating and talking and about the hunt and all sorts of things. And then later on, withdrawing off for sex or whatever else that tribal people do, or anyone else does when they're alone. And then after that, to sleep, because there's no TVs, there's no nothing. It's pretty much that sort of circadian rhythms that we used to follow, traditional circadian rhythms. So basically, these modern issues of SIBO and stuff like that have nothing to do with the kinetics, the movement of stuff. It has to do with that you're not actually, and some of the sort of paralysis of, that has to do with dysfunction, damage to the gut. Damage to the gut's coming from inappropriate foods. That's what it's coming in, or pathogenic bacteria that are attacking, that are being fed by inappropriate foods and stuff like that. Then you've got poor stomach acid, which basically means because of poor stomach acid, you've got the more bacteria from the oral cavity that can come down. And that's another thing. Most people that have got poor diets will have poor oral microbiome, and that poor oral microbiome will come down the esophagus into the stomach, which isn't as acidified because it doesn't have salt and taurine from animal foods to acidify much better, to cleanse and kill those off. There are none of those beneficial, important bacteria like the Infantis and the Reuteri. I've done a whole lot of videos on the Reuteri, antipathogenic properties that eliminate these problematic bacterial, strains that actually cause a lot of this SIBO sort of stuff. So it's a combination of good stomach and having these acid-loving bacteria that cleanse helps to cleanse together with bile, with good bile flow, cleanse the small intestine, and that eliminates the SIBO problem. So it's a dietary plus bacterial strains that the diet supports generally. Bifidobacteria types go up when you eat more animal foods, and so do lactobacillus. They are part of all animal foods. And it's the reason why when you come out of the birth canal of your mother, you actually are coated with lactobacillus of the different strains, because that is the natural types of things that you need to take up for your body to work properly, to function, for your digestive system to function properly. But then you bombard it with shitloads of glyphosate and shitloads of antibiotics, inappropriately used, overused. For life-threatening conditions, yes, use an antibiotic. But why people are using just for a cold or stuff like that is beyond me. You're asking for trouble. So, yes, these sort of things. Then are you getting enough B vitamins? Animal foods have got a lot of B vitamins. B vitamins are exchanged by beneficial bacteria. Are you getting enough sun? These beneficial bacteria have a tendency to require much higher levels of vitamin D, which means that if you have a poor vitamin D status, you're not feeding them and they will die off. So there's a lot of reasons. The reason why I've got a protocol for 3 months, a slightly higher dose, 10,000 IUs of vitamin D or otherwise, if you're in the sun, if you've got access to the sun, it's the summertime, get out in the sun and make sure you're getting enough vitamin D plus B vitamins. And they have to be 50 milligrams, around the 50 milligram range, no more. And in particular, pantothenic acid has to be 50 because it stores. It's another video that I've done with Bart K if you want to go and see it. I think it's on his Patreon now, so it's not available, but you could actually ask him. So these are really the consequences of a lot of the modern day lifestyle, unfortunately. And so you have to try and eliminate a lot of these by going to more pastured, organically raised animals and stuff like that, and try and get some of these important bacterial strains back into the system, which is important. So kefirs are important, things like that. And it takes time, but also getting the stomach acidity, getting the extra salt on that meat, and getting maybe even supplementing slightly a bit taurine to get the stomach to operate. Do you have a gallbladder issue? That can also affect absorption and conditions that can actually predispose slightly to SIBO, because good bile flow actually cleanses the actual small intestine of a lot of bacteria, and then gets recycled about 90% of it. So these are some of the reasons you've got to keep in mind. Anyway, there you go. If it helps, it helps. Sometimes people can have over-urination. There can be a lot of varied reasons, but usually it's the electrolyte issues that are the biggest issue. Eat more meat, and it usually fixes a lot of the with salt. That's up to you. You're in a different. I don't know what your activity levels are, how you're living your life. When I'm basically more active, more exercising, and I'm sweating more, I tend to sweat very easily. I tend to consume more, like in summer, more salt, and in winter, less salt. It depends, so there's a lot of variables. You got to read your body. You got to learn, like our ancestors did, to read your body. Your body will tell you if you've had too much salt. I would rather you have too much salt and force your body to urinate it out, excrete it through the feces and mainly through the urine. I'd rather you have that rather than basically be undersalted, in a sense. So your body will tell you, once you start feeling, you can taste the salt, you can actually sense it, you've had too much. Your body's telling you, ease off. So until you get to that state, you probably have too little. And obviously, remember, if you're basically cheating too much with a lot of carbohydrates and stuff like that, you will raise your blood pressure as well. Well, taurine can reduce it slightly, but still, keep that in mind. And that's because you've got more water retention as a consequence. So it actually, more salt does actually reduce some of the water clogging, or the amount of water. In a sense, it does absorb part of it and actually reduces the volume in a sense. But if you're retaining too much because of high insulin, because you're cheating too much, that can also create a number of issues. Remember, there's a lot of people out there that are basically have high blood pressure and high issues that are on a kibble diet and have a lot of cramps, body muscle cramps and all that. So it's not just, so sometimes, and these people are having very little salt, but they're retaining a lot of fluids. And if they add more salt, they end up with very, much higher blood pressure. But that's the consequence of high insulin causing that, not the sodium. Because we know low insulin people like the Japanese, traditional Japanese, and also Koreans, they consume far more salt than most other populations around the world, but don't have the high blood pressure issues. But they are starting to get them now. The younger Japanese. And why? Because they're eating more refined stuff and engaging the Randall cycle and ending up becoming more insulin resistant compared to their parents that are eating 80% until they're full, and they're eating things which are cooked vegetables with not a lot of starches and more, seafood and stuff like that, and tend to not and be more physically active compared to their younger children that work in offices. So there's a lot of, it's a lot of factors. It's all nuanced. Why same diet can actually function differently in one group of people compared to another because of their lifestyle factors and all that sort of stuff, or the quantity they're consuming. So it can vary quite a bit in that regard. But in order to work out the appropriate, I would say, listen, if you're in a low carbohydrate state, listen to your body, AG. Listen to your body. I would not be surprised either, mate. I would not be surprised. Thanks for the laugh. Very, very well said. Yes, very well said. Any thoughts on Bart and Dave Feldman fell out? I've got no idea. When did they fall out? I would have thought Bart would have been perfect to help Dave design a study for LMHR. Okay, when did they fall out? I wasn't aware, AG. I usually watch most of Bart's stuff. Sometimes if I don't watch it, I'll give it a tick out of support for him. I do have my own channel. I do have my own life. Sometimes you can't cover everything. But I usually watch every one of his videos. What I do miss out is on some of his live streams. So he may have mentioned this. He wouldn't have mentioned on his regular stuff because I watch all his regular stuff and I would have noticed it. So it must have been on some live stream. And I have missed some of his live streams because I just get up later than he, and he usually has them much earlier, like 8 o'clock my time, and I'm just giddy because I usually, especially when I had the late sessions with the Zoom sessions, so it may have been in that time and I missed it. Simple as that. But no, I wasn't aware of it. Oh well, that's unfortunate. Unfortunate to hear. Oh, hello, Kitty. Good to see you. Thanks for the heads up. Dad, because you didn't come over, Dad said thanks for the cheese that you sent him. And I did put up his light bulbs as well, all his blue light blocking light bulbs. So he had them, he had them for about a bit over a week. And I said, how long have you had them? He said, oh, I've had them for a while. And then I said, well, Dad, why didn't you call me? I would have dropped around and put them and inserted them, fitted them out. And he goes, oh, it's only been since Wednesday. And I go, yeah. So he said a bit of a white lie there, basically, because he didn't want to. He just didn't want to. Basically, he said, "Oh, Harry's coming around." He probably was thinking for a meal, so I won't hassle him. But he should have. But anyway, it's all been fitted out now, so he's got he's got some red lights as well. Hello Kitty as well. So he's joined the red light district, the old boy, and some of the other lights. So he's pretty happy now. I just need to get him a lamp. I've got him the little side on his bed where he's got like the flick thing that you can turn it on because it's got one of those screw top, the smaller ones that they sell. But I need to get him a lamp. That's what I forgot. So I'll have to look on eBay or somewhere to try and find a lamp for him. Because it is when he's writing his stuff and all that. So I've got him a screw top for that type, but I need, sort a lamp out. Anyway. You probably lose a lot. Some people do. I tend to, and I sweat profusely. I've have a tendency of sweating, and I get really hot inside. Because I always have, I mean, now even more because I'm eating more meat. But before, I still did, even before. I never felt cold, even on a ketogenic diet where others did. I only think I felt cold when I really went like 80%, 85% fat, really high and very low protein down to 15%. That's when I started feeling a bit of coldness. But even then, when I move, I've got hypothermia type genes, so I heat up quite a bit internally. So more brown fat in those tissue which heat up my body. So as a consequence, I really can sweat. I'm not the only. There's one guy, Andrew, his name is. He's a mate that actually has the same problem, and he's even worse than me, and he basically literally buys himself. He's got extra t-shirts and all that. When he gets to work, he actually goes into the toilets, dries himself off, and actually changes his t-shirt and puts. That's how much he sweats. So just some people mourn. So people like that need far more salt. And he does consume more salt because he knows otherwise he'll get a high heart rate. Harry, you told us about the gut microbiome, but what are the signs that we have bad guts? You usually know it. If you're basically on your stool isn't that good, you're having some issues, the coloration of your feces isn't there, food isn't properly being digested, or you've got pain in different parts of the general gut or under your rib cage. So either on the left or right hand side, depending. So you may have some mild pancreatitis or and that usually sludge, so bile sludge that actually been formed and hasn't cleared out and has actually gone through the bile ducts into the actual pancreas and creating some issues in terms of backing up some stuff in there. Or on the other side where you've still got some gallbladder issues and stuff like that, some pain there as well. You can feel it. And if you're feeling it in your intestines themselves, there could be some underlying damage there in those sort of areas, especially when you're just eating species appropriate food, but you still have some issues in that relationship. And that could be structural, leaky gut, or it could be a gut microbiome imbalance of some sort or another that may need to be resolved with the B vitamin protocol, or certain probiotics like the Ruteri ones to suppress some of these pathogenics to try and bring back the rebalance things. You got to also get sometimes you fix the stomach, but you don't fix the small intestine. So you're not actually producing enough bile to cleanse the small intestine, and you don't have the gut microbiome, and you feel, nothing. You don't feel anything in your stomach or that, but you feel it further down, and that could be an issue with, things not operating there. So you can have very different different symptoms relating to different areas. So it's usually you have to ask people to tell you exactly what they feel. You are, mate, but he's not in New Zealand. Harry, get your dad a nice lamb, not a lamp. That'd be something basically Richard would say. Vivid mouse, he'd be offering tips like that. That was the supplement. Obviously. I'm staring into my phone. Thanks, Harry, for destroying my circadian rhythms tonight. You're welcome. Fapnado, g'day, mate. Cheery. Paul Solo Crapplepot. One way of calling him. Need to crash. Good night, mate. Thank you, Hello Kitty, for the endorsement. Yes, me too. Actually, I said, Dad, just smell it, see what and he said, it's got a nice, because that's what because I tried it myself, and it does have a nice deep smell, good flavour, good Italian cheese. Doesn't matter. Dusters to you, David, as Bart would say. You're off for dusters. Judy. Don't know whether he'd appreciate that. Harry, I had a lot of these symptoms, a bad gut, when I got into more meat and fat, had to take it and sail through, feeling better now. Yeah, look, it sometimes can take some time because one, you got enzymes that have to switch over. The other thing is your gut microbiome is shifting as well. And so there can be a bit of, let's say, combat, a little bit of, remember, 80% of your signaling comes from your via the vagus nerve, from the gut to the brain, and 20% back to the gut. So when you're feeling yucky, let's say you're stressed, what happens? You start feeling cramps in your stomach. You don't feel very good. That's the 20% signaling from the stomach, from the, saying, look, I feel lousy. And it's expressed there. The 80% the other way is basically sending signals and saying, I'm not happy with this situation. And that's what's happening. All these buggers are signaling that they're not happy, telling your brain, give us what we want. So, yeah, that's where addiction comes. And unfortunately, some of these substances and some of these foods, remember I talked about certain strains of Lactobacillus acidophilus that a lot of the companies put in some of their products. Have certain strains, not all of the strains, some of them are very beneficial, acidophilus, but there are some strains that are used in some commercial preparations, and some companies really, they should be blacklisted. These companies are using certain strains that tend to increase appetite. So they tend to encourage people to want more sugar. So, yeah, nasty little buggers. So they can create a bit of a turmoil in that regard. But as long as it's not major things like, gallbladder issues, low stomach acid and stuff like that. A lot of people that are much older than you, that have got like years where they've really been on inappropriate diets, they can end up having a lot of these underlying issues, which makes it much more intractable and difficult to resolve, and can take months if not a year or two, to basically resolve. So it's not a quick fix. It's just unfortunate, the situation. Anyway, sad sun exposure story this summer. Started summer vitamin D at 40, ended with a lovely tan, horrendous persisting itch, and 13. It can go wrong. Yeah, that is very low. That is really, really low for that to happen. So there could be a storage issue in that regard. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. That's a very rare sort of storage issue. I've heard about some cases, but it's not a regular. If you're out in the sun, you should be, because for me, I'm always thinking about liver, because your liver is converting it into stored form. And so have you checked your liver enzymes and stuff like that? Sometimes there can be damage to the liver, which may need, things like milk thistle, taurine, choline to export any. Like sometimes some people have genetics where they need more choline. You can actually get fatty liver on a carnivore diet if you basically have a situation where you're one of those people of, like me, it's between, depending on the society, 1 to 4%, and they have the inability to basically convert enzymatically methionine from meat into choline. So you have to eat choline from eggs or from liver, and if you don't, you can't get enough to export fat, and the fatty droplets can build up in the liver even more rapidly if you've got ApoE44 genes, which means the chylomicron remnants ram in very fast, and without the export capacity, that can be a problem. So it's a small number of people with those specific genetics, but yeah, and in those sort of cases, yes, you do organ meats and eggs and stuff like that, which is a sort of like an organ, like a whole animal, nose to tail sort of thing, is required to resolve some of these issues. So you need to, I would say, if you have liver issues that are not functioning properly to do the conversion that is required to the storage form of vitamin D, then it can be a problem. Yes. So it doesn't matter how much sunlight and all that, and so because you still basically, you've got, and I know you're not taking anything like a HMG type reductase type thing that is actually lowering, like a statin, lowering your cholesterol to basically be utilized. So you're not doing anything like that, but it just seems that there's a potential liver issue. I would investigate if I was you. Harry, would you lose beneficial enzymes when making yogurt because you have to heat up to 180 degrees and then cool it down? Yeah, potentially. Yeah, potentially. In that regard, I know that companies put some back, both enzymes and bacteria strains. But this is 180 degrees Fahrenheit we're talking about, aren't we? We're not talking about Celsius. That would be way too high. Yeah. Because trying to remember now. Oh, God, my conversion. Which is 82. Yeah, which is around 80, in terms of Celsius. So it's not a big issue. It's when you're over 100 degrees Celsius, which is well over, 200 odd Fahrenheit, when you get the problem. But yeah, you can lose. in that regard. If you do it the traditional way, you don't have to cook it up or heat it up. It's let me ask Dad, because he knows all these bloody things. I really don't know how to make these things. Let me ask Dad, because he used to make cheeses and he used to make a lot of other things. So I will ask Dad and get the insides into basically these things, because he's a wizard when it comes to that sort of stuff. So thanks, Angela. Appreciate it. And oops. Yeah, it shouldn't get that low. You need to check it out. And I wouldn't be surprised, Angela, if you've got those genetic SNPs as well. I suspect if you were to basically take a choline supplement, you would probably resolve those problems very fast. Together with, depends on what you get back. Whatever you get back from the actual test, email me so I know what exactly, and then I'll tell you what you need to get to use to basically get your liver back to normal. Also, Mary Ruddock was interviewed by Brian Glynn podcast this week. Okay, so she's back on because she was actually seeing her mother in California. I mean, her parents with her partner. Okay, I'll have to contact her, find out where we can organise something and have a bit of a chat, because there was the Sand people and some of the South American groups that she actually went and saw. So tribal people, which I'd really like to chat with her, because there's a lot of nonsense out there that's in regards to some of these groups. And so, yeah, I'd love to interview her and get a bit of an insight. So, yeah, thanks for that, David. Appreciate it. Yes, those things can happen. Actually, I had one of my bank accounts actually came, and I went through and I couldn't actually see anything. So I don't know what they were talking about. So, yeah, maybe I missed something. I'll find out eventually. Yes, I know the feeling. But if you get any notices, never respond. Go and check yourself and make sure, and always contact them first. Do not contact through any links or stuff like that, because you never know, just to be on the safe side. I became a believer of this way of eating again. All people around me, just hope time will tell. Yep, it takes time. Look, people have got a lot of different issues over a very prolonged period of time, and it doesn't resolve immediately. It can take time. When you've got a lot of damage, depending on the level of damage, it can take longer or shorter. Everybody's different. So don't measure yourself against other carnivores or other people that are doing this sort of lifestyle. People don't have the same damage. They don't have the same genetics. They don't have the same issues that you're dealing with. So it will take time for different things to resolve. So, Harry, is it usual as a strict carnivore to get weeks or more without a bowel movement? No, that doesn't sound normal at all. I have a bowel movement every day. Given there's no sense of constipation, is it a sign of efficient digestion? It could be. Or is it that something's wrong? I don't know. So it seems weird. Let me put it that way. I know that some tribal populations that usually go like once every 3 days and don't have constipation. They just go once every 3 days. But these populations are really, they don't eat any dairy. It's just pure meat, nothing else. The they're very strict and all that, and tend to have very little feces that accumulate. Dairy tends to increase the feces. So if you're having dairy products and you're not getting any sort of increase in volume of feces, then there's definitely an issue. But if you're just eating meat and nothing else, just let me know, Michael. If you're eating just meat and nothing else, if you're doing strict carnivore, if that's what you mean? Yes, some people can actually be very good absorbers and create a very little feces at the end. But if, that's usually people that are very strict, that are only eating meat, consuming nothing, no coffee, no nothing. They're literally just clean as. Coffee probably isn't a problem, but clean as on every other front, and just eating a steak-only diet. Those people I have heard, some of them basically going for days without, like 3 days, probably a week. He's probably seems to be on the much, but yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's a really hard one. That is really hard. If you're basically at the end of that period of time, over a week, you're having still a bowel movement, and it's a certain quantity and nothing else, and you don't have any deficiencies, you haven't actually registered any deficiencies or whatever, if it's not causing you any problems, yeah, there may not be an issue whatsoever in that regard. So there is also the other possibility. But again, if you had digestive problems where things were stacking up or building up that it'd be building up pressure, you would feel pain, like acute pain in your gut. And if you're not feeling acute pain in your gut, there may not be a problem. So consider yourself lucky. You're saving a lot of toilet paper. G'day, Tom. I see YouTube has removed Harry's shackles and set him free again. My illustrious master. Praise the YouTube. Praise the YouTube. Yes, those cockwombles. Do you have to concentrate on healing before exercise, as some say? Yes and no. Excessive exercise, depending on what sort of healing you're doing, depends. If basically the healing of an acute part of your body that has acute injury, and that part of the body is the part that's being exercised, then they're right in that regard. But if it's some other part of the body, probably no. There's probably not a problem. So if you've actually strained, let's say, a hand, you've got some strain on it in your hand, or injured your hand, or all that. If you're basically doing some walking or jogging or whatever, that's not going to cause any problems, So, but if you're basically lifting weights, it will. And if you've got a weight lifting related injury, then it will. But if you've got, let's say, a leg related injury, you can sit or stand and lift weights without that really causing any problems to the leg issue. So it depends on what exercise, and it depends on where it is. And small amounts of movement you still need to make. You still need to basically that, gravity helps, and also basically using something actually helps the body, forcing more blood flow into that area to actually heal. It's not, the key is not excess when you're trying to heal a specific area. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that probably makes more sense. Yeah, I know that some tribal people that only eat meat and only meat and nothing else tend to poop over a number of days, 3-4 days, and very little. Yeah, because it's usually, look, dairy actually builds up more bacterial Simple as that. It's got more bacteria that brings in. It tends to have more bacterial load. And a lot of the stuff that is coming out on the feces is actual bacterial growth. So, and dairy tends to increase that volume, both of bacteria and the stuff that bacteria attach themselves to and take out with them. So, yeah, so you're probably okay. If you're not feeling any acute pain in your gut or anything like that, yeah, why worry? Yep. Yep, no pain in gut. Yep, not a problem. Don't worry about it. Yep, not excessive, but movement is very important. But you still need to take it easy and not excessive, just light stuff, because movement is important to get blood flow into those areas. And you're welcome. And thanks, Ness, for your contribution. I'm at the bottom. Can't believe it. What happened? I'm usually way behind. It's probably because there's only 19 people here right now. Usually there's double that. Where is everyone else? That's the reason why things have slowed down. It's been an interesting week or so with a lot of the things. So, yes. What is Tom asking? I've been looking into glass, stainless steel water bottles, and I stumbled upon some bottles that have a filter in them. Is it a waste of money or not? Can be recommended. Probably is in the end of the day. Dom's here. Good day, mate. Yeah, probably is. I've got a standard sort of bottle, and I usually get and it's stainless steel, glass type stainless steel as well, and pretty much it doesn't have a filter, and I just put that the what is called the Evian or whatever, which is an alpine low deuterium water, and I stick that in if I need it, and take it with me. So, but I pretty much, when I walk and stuff like that, I do not actually take water with me. Never have. I just do a dry walk in that regard. Your body will hydrate from your fat. Simple as that. You don't really need as much water. I primarily use my water, if I'm talking too much. And that's from this morning. There's not a lot. And it's just more because when you talk, you dry out a bit. But my coffees that I have, it's primarily where I use the water, stuff like that. It's probably since I've basically reduced the water, I've reduced my urination and upregulated my antidiuretic hormones, and I hydrate myself more with fat. And it's cramps. A lot of these sort of things have really gone away. You'll be surprised if you ever try going down that path. It's what the tribal people did. That's what Mary noticed. These tribal guys were actually walking out in these areas, no water with them, never drank any water, went out for hours, came back, no water whatsoever. They pretty much are hydrating with fat and upregulating their antidiuretic hormones. So I think we've still got a lot to understand about how our physiology works properly. And a lot of the bullshit out there is, way too much. Had some good experience with exercise. Yep, he did. He definitely did. And vitamin D and getting out in the sun, that is, and some other getting more species appropriate, which meant that and resolved a lot of his Hashimoto's issues. And his mother's also, she's actually gone a bit more carnivorous and made a few changes as well that he's sort of taken from the stuff I chatted with him ages ago. And he's starting to implement that in his mum, and she's getting better. Her hair is becoming thicker, where it was thinner, and she's actually lowered her meds on her thyroid, and so she's recovering as well, which is really good to hear. So, and enjoying more animal foods, which is bloody good. So, yes, definitely it varies the amount of time it takes for everybody. You know, sometimes people have to be a bit more patient. They've got more damage to fix. G'day, Dom. Good to see you, mate. Yes, it's definitely morning there. It's definitely the evening here, 7:14 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, we're talking about hydration of modern humans versus tribal people on the first. Yeah, okay. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Good. It's about time some of this stuff starts getting out, because people are just overhydrating. You do not need to drink so much water. And all you're doing is you're putting in so much deuterium into your body, which isn't good for your mitochondria long term. So fat is a low deuterium hydration source. Yep. Yeah, he'd be, I wouldn't see, probably in 2 hours time, I think about 9 o'clock, around about that time, he will be waking up. It'll be his morning, like really early this morning, you know. So actually, no, it'd actually be later because we're 1 hour ahead. And they've gone 1 hour back. Yeah, he actually could be a bit later, actually, to be truthful. So we may not see him, or if we see him, it'll be right at the end of that. Coffee time, or is it warm milk? I've got no warm milk here. I had actually some, thanks, Dom, but I had some cool milk earlier, and I basically also all I've got is the lower deuterium. Well, it's relatively lower than standard tap water. But I had earlier a coffee with Dad, and then I basically had some milk. So actually, I didn't even warm it. I just had raw glass of cold milk, and that was it. So I enjoyed that. It's sort of getting summery over here. It's still trying. I was trying to get myself used to into the summer things of having. It was at room temperature milk. I left it out, and I'd gone in to do some other stuff, and then came back and drank it. It wasn't as cold. So yeah, but no coffee. Just one coffee today. I don't know, just didn't feel like it. And it doesn't really do much for me. It's just one of those things. Even at work, it's just a habit. You know, I'll have 2 coffees. Sometimes I'll have 3, but it's a rarity. It's usually 2, and it doesn't affect me because I'm one of those fast metabolizers. It clears out of my system so fast. It's just like, what was that? So I don't get a buzz from it like some other people do. So it's not something that I've ever had a strong addiction to, or a drive. So sometimes I'll go without coffee for a couple of days and then get back into it. It's more of a habit than anything else for me. Yeah, tends to be the situation. But yeah, thanks for the donation. I think I was at this one. Yep, we covered that. And then this one, Harry, what's the cause of the problem when people struggle to move into keto? Is it because they have poor mitochondrial function? That's a possibility. that is a possibility. It's, if you look at the video that I did a while back, I've noticed some people when they've had a lot of stored, like PUFA, which is from rancid oils, and it's very high in deuterium, and the body hasn't, it's just stored it. They're in a very big storage mode in those times. And then you release it as free fatty acids, and it's going in. You're not actually using things like other fats to dilute the deuterium load, or also to reduce the damaging effects of some of these damaged lipids coming out, in terms of using a low dose vitamin E for stored PUFA to stabilize it. Something that I did myself. I, from the beginning used, the Jarrow, the load, but many people don't, because they're unaware of the consequences of not having it been on a species appropriate diet in the past, and having stored a lot of stuff which is really toxic to the body. Remember, the fat cells do store a lot of things, and sometimes, you can, when you're losing weight, release a lot of that stuff, and that can be quite damaging to the mitochondria and to your body in general, creating other issues. And this is why we see people who do keto and they actually have these flare-ups in skin conditions and all sorts of things, and say, what the hell's happening to me? Well, you're releasing a whole lot of stuff that you've stored in the past from being on an inappropriate diet, and now it's coming out, and like oxalates, like in my case, or other people, and now you're basically paying for that, as you're trying to do the right thing. So you gotta, this is why I always say to people as they're transitioning, when they contact me, I say, and they're telling me, look, I'm trying to move over, and I say, hold your horses, stop, no more. Just tell me what you've done in the past. I need to know exactly what you've done in the past. And then I'll tell them whether to grab this, because some of them say, I've never touched seed oils at all, but I ate a lot of oxalate foods, and I'm going to go, okay, I'm going to recommend you get this, this, and this, MSM, taurine, blah, 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 and a couple of other things. But if they basically say, well, I've had this other sort of state, I'm going to go, well, because some people have just come from a sad diet. I'm going to go, okay, so how much McDonald's and that sort of stuff was part of your lifestyle, and how much, Domino pizzas, and because they use seed oils in those, how much of that was in your lifestyle? And then they go in and they go, well, I was having this amount and that amount and whatever. And I go, okay, this is what you're going to do. You're going to get a low dose, Jarrow. And if it's been excessive, I may even recommend deuterium depleted water for a period of time as they are losing rapid weight, to dilute so the body can get some low deuterium sources of water and excrete the other stuff. And it may need also, that person may need higher amounts of sodium to basically, and taurine as well, for the regulation of those electrolytes, so you don't really deplete at the same time as you're excreting. So it really depends on the circumstances of the people. That's why people have certain different outcomes and feel differently and all that. And a lot of people out there are not aware of the deuterium side, or the all these other complicating factors of people's past eating lifestyles. And so they don't recommend, they give them just a blanket general sort of thing. And, remember, you're not on a species appropriate diet from life, from birth. That guy that could actually outrun Mary Ruddock up a hill, 80 years old, that guy had mitochondrial density. The thing that will kill him in the end will be cell division. Once he can no longer do any more cell division, his cells will stop dividing and go all senescent. At that point, that's when he'll have severe senescence and gone, snuffed out. We'll just sleep, fall asleep and die, like all our ancestors did. But if you've got severe issues and all that, it's a very different kettle of fish. You're dealing with a lot of underlying nutritional damage, nutritional sort of, or stored potential future damage as you're losing weight, which you will do naturally on a low carb of any sort diet. So you need to mitigate some of the damaging effects by taking some precautions and being aware of the risks based on your past indiscretions. So there's all that sort of stuff. And unfortunately, not a lot of that is being discussed within the carnivore community. And that's why some of the younger people that have got less exposure to this sort of shit, they switch over to carnivore and it's all panacea. It's great. I feel great. I'm a big bodybuilder. I'm fantastic. Look at me, follow me. Complete and utter ignorance is what these people are. But, somebody that's in there like me, 55, the middle age, have done a lot of damage over their life, they can actually do more damage by not taking the appropriate steps to mitigate some of the stored rancid PUFA that they had in their fat cells, plus a number of other things like potential heavy metals and all sorts of things. And if you don't have a good liver or gallbladder function to excrete those heavy metals and all that, you're not supplementing selenium, selenite, or eating foods rich in those, like eggs. I always recommend eggs, and a lot of eggs. And why? They've got, forget about iodine and selenium, which are important, but the selenium is the metal chelator, and the choline, which is very high in eggs, is fantastic for dealing with fatty liver, exporting that out. It also has vitamin E, and it's in a complex, which also helps if you eat enough eggs. But most people struggle to eat enough eggs. They're not going to do like that old geezer that was doing 25 eggs on average, and they're not going to, and very few can do 12 eggs. So it takes time in that regard to resolve. And usually I don't put them on muscle meats. I usually put them on eggs and some organ meats, because I also want, because there's no heme iron, there's non-heme iron in eggs. And so I want them to get some from the liver and stuff like that. And it's really stuff like that and sort of sorting out healing. It's a healing protocol. So it's not a dietary protocol, it's a healing protocol. So you've got to approach people differently, and it's something that a lot of people out there do not discuss or are not nuanced enough to understand these things, and they miss these things. And a lot of people have these pitfalls and they go, why this has worked for this guy or my friend or the person that I've seen on YouTube, and it works magically. And for me, I feel like shit. Yes, because there are other issues that have not been addressed properly, which is the problem. So I would actually go to older YouTubers like myself or others that are in the carnivore space that are much more nuanced. The younger ones, leave them for the young people out there that are basically just the same mindset, that haven't as much stored damage and sort of are in the same sort of social media buzz cloud. The rest of us really need to talk to people that basically have had severe damage, historical, have resolved those issues and have some deeper understanding of these things, to basically sort things out. Anyway, that's another long-winded answer from me. There's more to say on that subject, but then you go into specifics on people's different conditions. So still, hi Harry. It could be because I got no notifications from YouTube and that you are streaming earlier than you normally do. No, this is my normal time slot. The Eurasian one starts at 6 o'clock always on the Sunday, and this is on the Australian Eastern Standard Time, daylight savings. So it's bang on 6 o'clock, and the morning one starts at 10:30. So I haven't altered that at all. Yes. The only time I'm actually a bit late in the morning one is if Bart goes over slightly and I hold off from going live until Bart finishes. So that's just a courtesy to Bart in that regard. So, and he usually nowadays sort of jumps off a bit earlier. And sometimes if he's going to go longer, he usually sends me an email and says, I noticed you're not doing any stuff. Are you at home this morning? And I go, yeah, I am. And then I'm going to take off. He said, well, do you want to come on for an hour on the mine? And I go, yeah, why not? Send me a link. And I usually go onto his and I do an hour and then I piss off if I've got some other place that I have to be. So the way it goes. Yeah. But look, it may be, I've noticed that I've had some stuff that's been removed. I was able to actually link my previous video to this one. So when you actually finished the first, you would get notification for the new one. The next one, the evening one, would come up. They've removed that option. I couldn't put that in today. So I still think I've lost certain privileges. They're punishing me still. So, and I'm being probably monitored. That's why when we talk about that other stuff, we're talking about Jabba the Hutt lifestyle. And we don't go into it. We don't discuss it in any other terms, just to be on the safe side. Unfortunately, crazy world. It's even worse on the Facebook world. Yeah, there people are being. I'm losing videos left, right, and centre. There, I don't even post some of my own videos on my Facebook page just in case it gets shut down. That's how bad it is. It's that guy's just lost a plot, let alone power's gone to his head. G'day, Sonia. Good to see you. I like the little ruminant thing there. Why do people think it's weird to have meat in every meal, but they never mind fruit, veggies, or bread with every meal? Well, that's how insane it is. In the past, fruit would have been seasonal, and different vegetables also would have been seasonal. The only thing that would have been on a regular thing was grains you could store. Wheat and flour you could store and use it all year round. That's about it. And that's only in the last couple of thousand years in certain societies where that's been available, not in all societies. Meat's been available in every single meal throughout both in the past and in the, so it's, I don't, just because you jettison the other stuff. If we look at the Maasai, even the Hadza, most of the time, very little carbohydrate goes into their mouth. It's only a bit of seasonal stuff, some fruit and even honey is just very little. And I showed you last time about how they use the honeycomb thing, which basically has very little sugar, has a lot of protein and a lot of fat. So it's like a sweet a protein thing because it's got a little bit of fat, a little bit of sugar, and it's mainly protein, the actual, because they eat the whole thing. And it's only the seasonal stuff when its sugar content goes slightly up, but it's not like they have small little bits. They're probably getting 10, 15 grams of carbohydrates. They're not getting basically 100 or 150, and that's only seasonal as well. So yeah, but people, modern world, the way they've been brought up, conditioned in the last 50 odd years is all these processed foods, easy to always around, veggies and stuff like that. Fruit are considered healthy because it's been banged into us and we've been brainwashed, even though fruit is the worst deuterium high loaded sugar that you can consume. I'd rather eat bread than fruit. Fruit is worse in terms of deuterium. So, people look at you funny. What do you mean fruit's less healthy than bread? It is, so, but unfortunately, you could eat bread and all that, and you will actually only increase if you engage around or cycle with excess bread and fat. You'll end up only building subcutaneous fat, which is the outer part, the less problematic stuff. If you consume fructose, you'll actually build up more visceral fat. So which is healthier? I'd say the bread, the glucose, not the fructose. So yes, You're welcome, Dom. It's a crazy world we live in, mate. It's a friggin' crazy, crazy world. I usually just tell them, I'm on the Inuit diet. Got it? Inuit diet. What are they going to say? I don't even use the carnivore diet. I say, I'm just eating like the Inuit and the Maasai, basically just meat and dairy in my case, or somebody may say, I'm on the Inuit diet, just fish and meat, so people are going to look at you funny and go, well, it works for them, so I'm giving it a try. What's wrong with you? Why don't you give it a try? And they look at it and they go, oh, yeah, well, it's the Inuit diet, They think it's strange that somebody would adopt the Inuit diet or the Maasai diet. But, at the end of the day, if somebody wants to do another diet of another population, who cares, But if you say carnivore diet or low carb or keto or that, they look at you strange. But if you say a specific population that does the same bloody thing, they basically go, oh, yeah, whatever. It's weird. Weird bloody world. Hydration with your own fat is an amazing concept, exactly. And I definitely want to achieve that. But I suppose you can't just jump into it. Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, look, it took me a while to basically get used to basically hydrating myself primarily with fat and requiring very little water. In the past, if, I did a 3.5 day dry fast and it was easy. But in the past, if I tried to do something like that, it would have been impossible. I mean, Bart did one for a short period of time and he only lasted for 1 day and he just had to stop. He just felt so bad. Where I didn't. And I think it's because I don't consume a lot of water, very little. And I don't urinate as much because my body doesn't need to, because it's not being flooded with 8, 9, 10 glasses of water every day like most people do. At most it's probably getting in about three glasses of water all up, and it's usually 2 coffee and a general glass. So yes, makes a difference. Hydration, nothing to do with that. I was getting kidney stones in the past over 5 years. I had literally 4 bouts of kidney stones. 1 got through fine with a lot of acidifiers and a lot of citric acid and stuff like that, and that cleared out. That was the last one. The previous 3, 2. 1, I was in hospital and it cleared out, so I didn't have to have any procedure. And the other 2 times I had to have a procedure because it just wouldn't come through. And that was when I was eating a lot of high oxalate foods, doing keto and paleo period, which was basically a lot of green leafy vegetables and stuff like that. Once I got rid of that, I've never had a kidney stone, not even a pain in my kidneys. Zilch. Once I got through the oxalate dumping, I haven't had any issues, even through the oxalate dumping, because I used a lot of citrates. Not an issue. No pain. No, just a lot of foaminess. Cleared out. There was a risk for kidney stones, but now that I'm over that period, I've cleared out all that oxalate. Dumping has stopped. So I don't have that anymore. Not an issue. Your body actually recycles. It pushes blood through. What does blood have? It's water. It's getting low deuterium water through, flushing through the actual kidneys. So, nothing to do with it. And as long as you don't have oxalates in there to build up, and you've got good management through taurine, which is in animal foods, of these calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium, they're being regulated properly by taurine, it's a non-issue. You'll be surprised. It took me a time to work all this out, but now that I don't have any of those issues. And my urine is actually, sometimes I'm concerned with my urine because it's too light. It's not, if you look at an animal when it pisses yellow. You're not supposed to piss light. That means it's too basically you've taken in too much water. And I've noticed when I eliminate my coffees completely, I don't have any water whatsoever for the whole day. No coffee, no nothing. My urine is more like an animal. That means yellow. It's not dark. It's just a light yellow. When I basically put extra of this stuff in, due to coffees and stuff like that, it becomes lighter. Now, most people think that's perfect. No, it's not. Urine is not supposed to be, it's not supposed to be dark. Obviously, that's when you've got some sort of kidney problem, but it's not supposed to be light either. So that means you're basically the actual fluids. There's an issue there, in terms of the viscosity and all that. You're not supposed to have really light urine. That means you've got too much water in your system, So that's what happens to a lot of people. They got massive water logging and they're pissing out clear water. It's basically because they're waterlogged. It's not a good thing. So I'm more concerned the other way, rather than basically it being yellow. It's supposed to be yellow. That's the natural way. So every animal in the world basically pisses out yellow, doesn't piss out white or clear. It's not good. So, and when I do piss out yellow, it's about, sometimes it can be twice a day. That's it. It's astounding. The body just recycles and keeps it because of the upregulation of the antidiuretic hormones. And actually, even my sodium requirements, my salt requirements go down slightly. So, because I'm recycling more of that together with uric acid. So, yeah, it's a magical thing when things are working properly. It can do both. Melatonin is the thing that actually repairs them. So good sleep is important. And blue light stuff. And I forgot my glasses as well. I should be wearing my glasses. These ones and the other ones. Let me grab the other ones for a sec. Now that you reminded me. I got my seat very close to the actual monitor, so you guys get a big fat face of Harry rather than being further back. Anyway, but yeah, look, the body can do both. It depends. So as I said before, exercise will increase mitochondrial biogenesis, fasting will increase mitochondrial biogenesis, and the long chain saturates, in particular stearic and palmitate, will also signal to the cell to increase the biogenesis of mitochondria. So these long chain fats have it's the reason why you actually increase metabolic water. And it's the thing, the deuterium depletion angle that I've been talking about with the Inuit, why they actually utilize greater amounts of the ones that are close to the Arctic Circle and require to deplete and dilute with more long chain fats for the same reason. But anyway, it's a long story. It's a hypothesis. I probably should do a proper video for it at some stage. Yes, it's, that's what the Krebs cycle is all about. Krebs cycle is not about energy. It's about water production. The Krebs cycle. You only create a bit of ATP through glycolysis and lipolysis. Most of it actually comes from the water being produced by the TCA cycle. There's all these enzymes, dehydrogenase. They will strip those hydrogens, ions, and they will basically, with oxygen, will generate, and you'll get rid of the CO2 the other way from the carbons that are being oxidized to create the small amounts of ATP. The rest of it's coming from that metabolic water that is being those protons from those hydrogen ions are being pumped through, and they into the inner mitochondrial membrane, which is that outer part, which we call where the folds are, and those pumps are actually energized by the electrons that are stripped off and are used for the electron chain. And and then they push an ATP, a rotating motor that uses that. So without water production, you cannot get a high gradient for ATP synthase, for energy production. So you need to increase the water production, that hydration, and sugar dehydrates you. That's why it makes you, when you eat a lot of sugar, you feel lethargic, you're weak, and thirsty, because it's dehydrating you. Only produces 0.44 from 1 unit of, in terms of grams of that source of energy. So pretty much hydration is a water production system that is actually happening at the mitochondrial level, in the matrix of the mitochondria, that middle part. And we're talking about here the Krebs cycle. The Krebs cycle is a water production system. That's something people just still do not understand in the biochemistry world. They don't get it. They talk about the Krebs cycle, but they just do not understand that it's a water producing, and without the Krebs cycle producing that water and producing a water that has no deuterium in it. Now, obviously, if you overload with deuterium-rich foods, then the amount of deuterium depletion that can actually happen, because there's a enzymatic, the enzymes are literally stripping off those deuteriums and replace them with the other hydrogens that are basically, it can't be done efficiently enough, which means that some of that shit will get into that pure hydrogen water and will contaminate it. And that contamination means that there are going to be neutrons, and those neutrons are going to get into that, get pumped through those complexes, and they'll pop into that inner membrane space, and then they'll be pushed through the nanomotor, and they're too big. They don't fit properly. And as that is at 9,000 RPMs, it will, if there's a few that are banging against the rotating system, they will slow it down, which slows down your energy production, your ATP synthase, which means you feel like less energy. And if you basically have too much damage, then they can bust the motors, too many neutrons going through, and then your energy drops off. And as you drop, your energy drops off and drops off over time, you end up having less energy capacity, and you become weak and less capable of doing things. And you can see as old people get walking frames and all sorts of things from the damage that they do. And it starts from youth. And you get to a stage where you've got mid-level damage in your middle age, and you're a person in their mid-40s that have got accumulated quite a bit of damage and can't even keep up with an 80-year-old in their mid-40s. Well, that's the difference in mitochondrial density that a tribal person like a Maasai has compared to a Westerner like Mary Ruddock, who was a vegetarian and ate many inappropriate foods in the past. So, yes, we're still paying for a lot of our indiscretions, let's put it that way. And we're still working on trying to fix things. That's why we're all here talking about these things and how to put appropriate things in to start getting things working properly. But yes, fascinating world how the Krebs cycle produces water. Harry, your opinion to mitigate PUFA-rich meals. I would not take 400 IUs of vitamin E in itself, you need to take it as a complex, David, not the other sort of shit that they actually sell out there that usually has also seed oils in it, and it's rancid and crappy. So it's not helping. It's actually doing more damage. And it's tocopherol, which is basically too much of that with a lot of rancidity around. You'll end up basically creating a pro-oxidant, because once you take away that electron from that vitamin E, you basically will turn it into a pro-oxidant. You need a complex, a low vitamin E complex, like the Jarrow one that I talk about. And that is the one that you should be always using. Okay, so they've actually got a limited time. Actually, they've reduced the price on the iHerb site. Anyway, I will stick it in there. That's not going to go. Oh, this is annoying. Okay, there it goes. So that's the one on iHerb, and that is that's the complex. So it's only got 13 milligrams or 19 IU of alpha tocopherol, and that's all you need. And it's got all the tocotrienols, which is all the short ones, because it comes from a complex. It's got the alpha, beta, gamma, and delta tocotrienols. So it's got all the different sizes. They penetrate differently into the tissue, so to electron down. So it's really important you get the proper stuff and not the other stuff that's out there. The regular commercial stuff is crap. We only need about 20 odd IUs. This is close enough, and it's of the tocopherol, no more. And we need the other ones, in particular tocotrienols. They do most of the magic. The tocopherol just actually inserts itself deep into the lipid membranes. So the other ones tend to sit on the outside, wagging their tail, and can deal with that sort of stuff. And also some of them actually do penetrate as well. Depends which ones of these. But they are much better. That is a much better supplement. Excessive amounts of vitamin E, not a good thing. You're welcome, mate. Why not? Why not? I know you're in the UAE, but why not? Yes, I know. Tell them you're on the camel diet. There you go. It's an Inuit version of the desert diet, a camel diet. I suspect some of your rallies will get a few laughs out of that. Jonathan, good to see you, mate. Yep. All those sort of things. Yeah, cold, thermogenesis. Yep, light. Jumping in cold water. Yep. There's a lot of these sort of things. Exercise, fasting. All these things really help. Just don't go crazy on them, on the liver pills, that is. But the eggs, I have no problems with eggs. How many eggs people consume? I've never seen a high toxicity. We're talking about somebody that consumed 25 eggs on average a day, that old geezer, for multiple decades without any problems. One thing about choline is, and had really good, internally, because choline basically, from the liver, if you're consuming a lot of eggs, God, you don't even have to worry about a lot of other, pretty much any supplement or anything. You're really getting heavy nutrition and really important, really high quality protein. So I'm a big lover when it comes to eggs and taurine, and you can get from your meats, your regular meats, and you get some from eggs as well. But you'll get vitamin E. Depends on how much you consume, how many eggs. If you're only consuming 1 or 2 eggs, you're not going to get a horrendous amount. But if you're consuming like 8 eggs or 12 eggs, like I know some people do, you can get a lot of those micronutrients where you don't even need to worry about some of the supplementations that I've even talked about when it comes to vitamin E or other things. So, or iodine or whatever. So it depends in that regard. Yep, not a problem. I know Dad has 4, sometimes 6, depending on how he feels. So, and that old geezer was doing 24, 25 eggs a day. So on average 25, usually 24 or 30. So it's not an issue. G'day, Tracy. I broke my fast after 7 days with oxtail, then 4 eggs, 2 slices of bacon, and 150 grams grass-fed black pudding. Sounds yummy. Sounds pretty good. That's the way to break a fast. Yeah, seed oils are in a lot of supplements. Yeah, you've got to be very careful. I always say to people, look for things that have got no seed oils or have got basically, like coconut oil or MCTs or palm oil or stuff like that is fine. But all the other sort of canola, all these other soy oil and stuff like that, yeah, that's all rancid crap. It's all high in omega-6s, which are very vulnerable to oxidation and aldehydes and everything else. Under the sun. I think you've seen the vitamin D that the one that I get, which is the let me just find it. Where's my list? Harry's little friggin' list of supplements. Nope. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Is it that one? I mean, you can get 31, or I used to get the 360. And this is with so that's the coconut one. That's pretty much, Other ingredients: coconut oil, soft gel, capsules, kosher gelatin. So somebody who basically lives, let's say, in the Middle East and wants a kosher gelatin, it covers both Arabs and Jews for that. It's non-GMO vegetable glycerine and purified water. So it's got no other crap. The only thing it's got coconut oil sources. So that is the only basis for it. So it's both kosher, halal compatible, and it's got none of the actual nonsense or crap. So it's in there. That's the brand that I pretty much prefer and recommend to other people. So saying, well, get that one. Some people sometimes can't find that, and I usually then say, well, an extra virgin olive oil one, but I prefer the coconut one with the saturated fats and as the safest option in that regard. Then the next best thing from the coconut stuff is like palm oil based. So yes, 7 days, 6 days in my case, but that was a wet fast, 3.5 on a dry fast. That's an interesting one. Actually, the first day was second and third day was easy. It was only when I was on the fourth day, I started I didn't feel hungry, but I had some strange, towards that middle day, it's if I didn't look at food, I was fine. But if I was looking at food, I and I'm going, and I was also myself, I was saying, should I go any longer? I think I stopped it more out of concern. Even though the longest dry fast, they do it in like Russia for 7 days and really heal people. And they do like the longest it's ever been done. I think it's I can't remember, 18 days or whatever. I'm not going to recommend anything like that to anyone. That's under medical supervision, and I would never recommend that. And I think that 3, maybe 4 days without medical supervision is doable. I've done it myself, but I'm not recommending it either to anyone. You will have to make that choice yourself and look into it. And I'm not even doing a video on it because I just, because there are so many variables here. I think that when people have a number of underlying conditions and other things like that, they really need to be properly supervised doing this sort of stuff. As I say, if you want to do a fast or stuff like that, go and see somebody like Bart, or go and see somebody, that does this sort of stuff and can actually keep you and monitor you and all that. Don't do it just on your own unless you really know what you're doing and you can read the signs of maybe something's not right. So very much, very much. So Dave, mate, good morning from the UK, Harry, and everyone. Bacon and eggs incoming. Nice breakfast. Sounds great. Good to see you, Dave. So you're still in the UK. You still haven't escaped back to your Spanish hideaway, or Barcelona, basically. Catalonia. E45 is great for the skin. Everybody's got their favourite thing. They will offer alpha for the camel diet. You never know in this world. You never know. Thanks for the laugh. Yes, it's a crazy, crazy world. Nice one, Tracy. Stuff. Yeah. They put gluten in black pudding around here, sadly. Yeah, look, there are certain foods that I like. There are a number of cured stuff that I like, and I can't eat them because it's just they've put some sort of either honey in it or some sort of bloody thing that shouldn't be in there. And I'm always, sometimes you look at a sausage and some of the other ingredients are just wonderful, and then you see, oh, it's got gluten. You go, why ruin such a nice sausage? It was looking so good on paper, all these other ingredients, and then they ruin it. So, yeah, it's annoying when that happens. What can you do? It's just, sadly, it's the way of the world. A lot of these fillers are full of things inappropriate to an ancestral way of eating. But, yeah, would be. Yeah, most of the commercial stuff is, let alone all the multi-dextrose sugars. And, yeah, it's just, you can't find a product. You look at a product one after another. I mean, when I go to, there are only two types of, salamis or type of hams and stuff like that. And there's a couple that are, Italian ones. I've shown Hello Kitty because we were actually in Woolies once, and I just said these are the only ones two that I buy. And they're both Italian, and they basically had just salt and pork, nothing else. One of them had some herb, but none of the other stuff. And that's really the way traditionally things are done. A lot of the commercial stuff is just full of preservatives and fillers and crap. It's just endless, never ends. It's annoying, pretty much, what it is. Yeah, that's the other thing. Rice flour. I've seen that in a number of things. Annoying, to say the least. Is fasting contraindicated for underweight? It feels like a stupid question. No, look, no question is stupid. Everything's legit and all that. If you basically are underweight, can you fast? Yes, but in a very limited way. I usually recommend people that are underweight not to fast, but to time restrict feeding. And if you're going to do a fast, do it occasionally. Don't do it like a weekly. Don't do any of that sort of stuff if you're underweight. Just do time restricted feeding and eat much more in that limited time of 6 hours or whatever your time restricted feeding is. Consume quite a bit. And do a periodic one, and do this just as you're coming out of you're basically a month into autumn. And I would do it then just to reset the immune system, like a 3-day fast to rebuild the immune system. And that's what I would do. That's it. Nothing else in that regard. I'd do that as a yearly thing, or maybe 2 in a year. But that's all I would do, is to rebuild my immune system and clear out a lot of things. If you're underweight, definitely do not fast on a regular. It's too catabolic. It's too unhealthy. And, fasting isn't everything. Let's put it that way. For people that have got carrying a bit, it can be quite healthy in one regards, but it also can be problematic if they've got a lot of stored PUFA, as I've talked about before. So it has to be nuanced in that regard, so we don't do mitochondrial damage. I did a dry fast for 3 days, with 2 days wet fast either side. However, I made the point of doing it in winter to maximize sleep and soaking in the bath to stay hydrated. Yeah, look, I didn't soak in the bath. I just did a quick shower in the morning. That was it. But I did it in winter as well. I don't recommend dry fasts in summer. Let's put it that way. I did it in winter as well. So it's probably okay to do it, as long as you're not out there paving, like power walking and all that, and losing a lot of and sweating a lot because you're losing electrolytes. That could be a risk. But as long as you've got your upregulated antidiuretic hormones and you're not really losing a lot of fluids and stuff like that, yeah, probably not an issue. And if you've gone into it with slightly more sodium, which is what I did before I went into it. Yeah, exactly. I know, it's freaking crazy. An animal-based food and having more carbs and fat than animal fat. It's just, it's all low fat now. It's just ridiculous, to say the least. Yeah, is very much that way. Yes, but you also, when you do, you eat a bit more. You pig out, don't you? Uncle Harry knows. On a longer fast, does autophagy phase in and out, or is it just more enhanced compared to time restricted feeding? You will get more autophagy compared to time restricted feeding, but it cycles. It's not continuous. Because the moment you're actually clearing out organelles and clearing out crap out of your mitochondria and all this sort of material, proteins, fats, all this is all gets out of the cell and gets pushed into the bloodstream. The moment a lot of those aminos hit the bloodstream, what do you think happens to the activation of, anabolic hormones? They go up because of because you're not only getting certain aminos, you're also getting some leucine and all that actually is pushing up those pathways. So immediately you actually go through a pulsatile effect in fasting. So a lot of that stuff, then some anabolic, it's not severe, it's just minor, very low grade, and that pushes that material to rebuild cells, new structures, and then basically you cycle into another phase of autophagy. So it's a pulsatile thing. It's not a continuous, because you would end up clogging up your arteries with a lot of stuff coming out of your cells. It has to go somewhere. So your body has to go through these natural sort of cycling in and out to utilize, to make use of that material to build new tissue in that regard. So that's what's happening in a sense. And some of it does get excreted as well. So not all of it goes in to be used, but you only can have so much in your bloodstream. So in that regard, so it has to go through that sort of stuff. Time restricted feeding, depends how tight the time restricted feeding. The shorter the time restricted feeding, the more autophagy type activation happens, but you don't get the sort of other important pathways that are actually upregulated as well. There's a number of other intracellular repair mechanisms and that are also enhanced in much longer fasts compared to the time, and also the turnover of a lot of your immune system, and that's another thing that won't happen through time restricted feeding. Can only happen through a fast, at least 3-day fast. So it's a bit different in that regard, in those aspects. Yeah, exactly. It's just not worth the risk, you know. So I know. She told me how ravenous she was after. So, yes. How much carbs from milk, yogurt, berries with a meal can start the Randall cycle? Depends. Depends on the person. Somebody who's got a lot of, you know, cellular storage capacity, that means bigger muscles, they can store more glycogen away. It's going to take longer. So it really depends on what your energy requirements are. You're basically to basically run your whole body. So if you exceed those, yes, you will engage the Randall cycle, and it's a gradient. I've always said it. My first video that I made with Bart, I said it's a gradient. It turns on at a certain threshold, and it is a gradient, and it actually builds up because it doesn't happen in every single cell at the same time, because different cells will have different levels of energy in them. And so it's the excess amounts. Obviously, if you sit down and eat something like a couple of pizzas, you're going to be throwing in so much energy into your body in terms of glucose and fat that definitely you'll engage very rapidly the Randall cycle. So it depends on what foods you're eating, at what rate. So it's very nuanced. What is your muscle glycogen storage? How much has it been depleted due to physical activity? So it's a lot of factors in that regard. The best thing is not to activate it because it can take up to 3 days sometimes, to, depending on what you're eating, to deactivate. You can do a quick fast, like a 24-hour fast, and that usually knocks it. You know, you literally get out of a Randall cycle activation very fast after 20. When I cheat, that's what I've done, 24-hour fast, you know, to force myself back into a ketotic state, into a low-grade ketosis, but into a ketotic state. So that's the way I usually do it. But, I mean, I understand that, you know, there's going to be social occasions where you're forced. Try and minimize those foods that are going to cause the problems in that regard. If you're only having a glass or two of milk, you're only going to get a few grams of, you're not going to get enough to cause Randall cycle activation. So that's not going to be a problem. Berries usually have very little. As I said, I don't like any fruit because of the deuterium side of things. Like berries have very low sugar, fructose. They tend to also vary deuterium. Some are very low in deuterium, some a bit higher. It's a mixed bag all over the place. So and also has to do is also with the seasons. I don't really know how that works exactly. Why in certain parts of part of the season there is more concentration and less concentration. Not sure. I think it may be the sugar content that changes, which is probably the key factor. But I'm not 100% on that one, that regard. But I don't recommend berries at all. I just usually recommend some yogurt, some milk is fine as long as you're physically active and you're working it like the Maasai. You'll still remain in a low grade ketosis. But if you're not, that can become a problem. Believe me, she won't listen to anyone. She uses me as a sounding board. Wacky Toaster, good to see you, mate. Hey, Harry, what do you think is a natural ancestral level of fitness for a human in terms of running, jumping, stretching, etc. What do I think? That's a hard one. That is a real hard one. There are a lot of variations between tribal people. So we don't really have one specific, but one thing that we do notice is that none of them basically run continuous. None of them jog continuous. None of them do continuous strength exercises. And none of them basically, do a lot of the things that we do in gyms nowadays. What they do is they usually get up, they sort of move around, do a few like chores and clean up and stuff like that, like people used to do, even in our societies years ago before there were gyms, and just utilize and move the whole body. And then they'll get their stuff together, they'll sort out some of their equipment, and then they'll basically move, and they will walk long distances sometimes to find animals, not always, depending. And when they do, they'll sit down and take breaks in between, and then get up again and sort of scout around, see if they can find something that's easy. And then when they do find something, then they pursue it. And they literally walk behind it because they are midday persistent hunters. That means they can sweat. The animals can't. And eventually the animals start heating up internally. And they've literally just gone through, they've gone through their adrenaline rush, and then they just basically collapse, and they've had it. They're done, in that regard. And at that stage, the hunters move in quickly and finish the animal off. That's usually how it happens. And so at that moment, they will do a quick sprint. So short, quick sprints. Yep. Walks with breaks, which you could call variable walking, is what they do. And the sort of strength stuff is what they do is pick up things, move things around. It's basically using all the muscle groups. I think Ben Greenfield actually understands this. He's the only one that really understands this. I don't agree with all of his dietary stuff, but when it comes to movement, if you want to learn about human movement, listen to Ben Greenfield. He understands this. He goes out with his family, moving tires, pushing tires up and down, lifting things, moving them around, walking a certain distance, and then grabbing things and taking them, carrying them, and stuff like that. Those are natural movements that humans have done for all their existence. That's what really helps the muscle skeletal structure work properly. If you're not into competition, like building big, bulky muscles to be in competition, that's the sort of healthy, natural movements that humans are designed to do. And you will actually end up healthier and less tissue damage. That means you won't overexert or over wear and tear different joints, like a lot of marathon runners do, and bodybuilders and other athletes, because they're doing a lot of isolation stuff and stuff like that. If you're trying to become a bodybuilder and stuff like that, yeah, fine. But natural movements are the thing. Pushing things, lifting things, moving things around, stuff like that. Natural movements, things that you would do in a natural environment, So throwing things like you would throw a spear. These are the sort of natural sort of things. I would say even actually learning to sword fight and using a sword would actually be a much more natural movement, to move the whole body as you're basically moving the sword. Things like that are much more naturalistic, and they maintain better muscle skeletal, structure and flow and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm not really into the official stuff that most people do. I believe more in natural movements, because that's what you look at. Ancestral populations, that's how they operate. Humans have operated for a very long time. Go back in history, even when people were consuming not completely 100% a species appropriate diet, you didn't see these muscle skeletal problems. So I think they had something there about those natural movements. So I think that's the best way to go. You got no bloody fat. What are you talking about? So she can tease those men. That's basically it. I'm the only one that actually teases her. Give her a good tease. And then I just go, see ya. Yes, yes. Bloody Uncle Harry. Should I say that's true? Do you want to lose more? Anyway, it's your choice. Just don't go too low because you're already in the normal range. And if you do go any lower, just go into the lower part of the normal range. Don't go any lower than that. Then you're getting into a sort of unhealthy territory. Good evening. Can fibromyalgia be cured? What could be the cause? Thank you. Wakey grandma. Well, it's a lot of things that can actually cause fibromyalgia. There can be nutrient deficiencies. There can be a certain level, and usually there is inflammation there as well. And it could be unresolved inflammation that still hasn't been completely cleared out. I don't know how long you've been on a species-appropriate diet or whether you have switched over to a species-appropriate diet. There are certain foods that really do help. There are some genetics that may predispose some people more than others, which is another issue. Women tend to have more of it than men. Yeah, I know. It's unfair, but that's the reality. But send me an email. I usually look at my emails on Wednesday. I didn't get a chance to look at all of them. I'll try and get through all of them this week. But give me a bit of an outline of your past history and stuff like that, exactly what your circumstances are. And I'll give you a bit of a protocol on what can help in that regard. But eating species appropriate is very important. Sometimes it can be related to methylation issues. So I need to have a bit of a background in that regard, exactly what you're eating and what you were eating before, for how many years and stuff like that. So a general outline and some of the symptoms and all that, because sometimes people think it's fibromyalgia, but it can be other things as well. So it's, yeah. Some people, it's due to vitamin D deficiency, can be a problem in terms of fibromyalgia, but it can be other things as well. So I've basically had people with certain deficiencies in certain key nutrients, and it sorted them out. Others had a vitamin D deficiency issue, sorted them out. So it can vary. It's a general term. It's a bit like cancer or many other ailments. It's sort of a general term that there can be a number of causal reasons for it in that regard. So you've got to find out what it is that's driving it, and you may have to do certain tests as well. So I can give you a few preliminary stuff if you want to go into more detailed stuff, or have somebody coach you. You may have to look at somebody like Bart Kay, who does consultancies. I used to do a few, but with a day job, it's just impossible. So I only did it for people that really had intractable things like cancer and stuff like that. But when it comes to this sort of stuff, and that's why I put some of my cancer videos out and all that, I do intend to do one on fibromyalgia and cover the whole gamut of things. But I would also check my vitamin D levels as a priority, and come back to me after you've checked your vitamin D levels and say, yep, they're fine, or whatever, what they are. I need to know the exact level, because sometimes doctors say they're fine, but actually they're suboptimal. There can be also electrolyte issues. There can be a lot of factors that can actually flare up in some people, these sort of symptoms. So you got to track it down to what it is. Another wacky one. Hey, wacky toaster, you've basically got a bit of competition, mate. Wacky attack. Always is. Okay, I haven't heard of the person. Yeah, natural movements are really important, I think, as well, Ness. I go back to first principles. I see that basically athletes out there that are doing bodybuilding and all sorts of things, getting long-term, they have far more injuries and issues. So where I look at traditional people, tribal people, don't have these issues. Even traditional societies that do a lot of just general natural movements and physical work don't have these issues. So I think there is natural movements is where the game is, and a lot of people are neglecting natural movements. Yeah, look, Bart does OMAD. A lot of people, some people do it. Some people, like me, do 2 meals a day. It depends. Depends all the other combination of things you're eating. If you're doing a clean, like obviously Lithia was doing a clean, no cheating, no nothing, no alcohol, none of that sort of stuff. Yeah, you'll get into a good level of ketosis. You will lose that body fat very, very well. Sometimes it's the question of motivating yourself to do that, to going that next step, which sometimes isn't easy. I even find it hard, believe me. So I understand people. Yes, nothing like a bloat. It's been a while since I've felt a bloat. Yes. The only time, actually, I did recently actually have a bloating session, and it was after I basically had some plants for a very, and I was at a sort of a social type function and ended up eating some species inappropriate foods, let's put it that way, and drinking some species inappropriate beverages. And I did have a bloody bloat after that. God almighty, it was significant. So next day I felt, took me an extra day to sort of recover. So I'll tell you one thing, you do pay for it far more than you did in the past. It's just basically your enzymes. You don't have all that sort of machinery. It's been down regulated. So the body just goes, what am I going to do with all this stuff? So yeah. I do find that is less problematic when I'll tell you what I do to prior cheat days now. Probably shouldn't be telling you these things, but this is what I do. I usually start having a week where I buy pickled cucumbers and stuff like that. And I start consuming that sort of stuff every single day, pickled cucumbers. And I also, at the last day, just the day before, I have some supplements in terms of B vitamins. And then on the day that I'm going to do the cheat, because there's a social function, I've got one on the 3rd of December and I've got one on the 16th of December. So that means I'm going to be basically lining up for those both. And then I'm going to have B vitamins on the day. And so, yeah, and a low dose vitamin E and stuff like that. And some additional, not 1 gram, but 2 grams of choline, just so there's enough choline to clear out all that and methylate away a lot of that homocysteine that it's going to be generated and everything else that needs to be cleared out. And then after, have another 2 B vitamins because the alcohol will need to be sorted out as well. So, yes. And you usually don't get, I've found, by doing that, the next day I don't have a severe issues in terms of gut, just because the body's sort of upregulated slightly, some of these enzymatic pathways, so it can actually deal with some of that carb load that comes in on the day. So I found doing that, so planning my indiscretions in a sense with specific stuff that I know is going to happen. Should try it. If you look, it's the reality of living in this world. The old saying, eat until you're full, no more. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the stuff is also probably younger, has more mitochondrial density, so that probably helps. How old are you, mate? I suspect you're probably younger as well. That will help as well to some extent. Who do you like to listen to, Harry? I think Bart is one. Definitely Bart. Who else? I do listen to a bit of Paul Mason. I do subscribe to him and do actually listen to him. There's not many others that I really listen to be really honest. Even though I subscribe to Ken Berry, I don't really listen to any of his stuff, and most of the others I don't really listen to. I just subscribe to them, but I don't have the notifications turned on. I do my own research primarily for most of the stuff, but I do look at a number of academics out there that are looking at cutting edge areas or looking at areas of the gut microbiome. They've discovered something and they're talking about it or written a study, and then I'll Google to see the name of that person. Are they talking on any sort of things? And sometimes there are some university sites that they've actually made a speech about something, and I'll go in that and actually listen to what they've actually looked at, some of the newer stuff that they're talking about, look at their research and try and get some understanding of, the different strains. Sometimes it also is helpful because they all refer to a strain in the actual study, but then you don't know where the bloody hell they got it from. So then you go to the YouTube or to one of the, there's some sites, non-YouTube sites as well, where they may do a speech, some of the professional sites, and then they will basically go into where they got it, sourced certain things, and from what company and stuff like that. So that helps in finding things. It's like the recent one that I found from for the lacto-infantis from an academic, and it basically telling exactly that he had got it from this, and it was on a professional website. It wasn't on YouTube, and he talked about where he actually got it from this San Francisco company that actually produces in little vials. So you buy them as vials. So, so it can be very helpful. I find a lot of the other guys just regurgitate the same stuff, I find, or just talk about the same studies and same issues and stuff like that. So there's not, I don't, I listen to Sean Baker as well because he's got the politics side of food and stuff like that. So I enjoy that as well because I've got similar concerns about the food supply and things like that, but not many others. So I definitely have Sean popping up on my notifications, and there's a couple of others that I occasionally I'll pop in and check on Bobby's perspective or check on. I don't agree with everything they've got to say, but they sometimes have some interesting angles about things or some information that they've looked into when it comes to the politics side of things, like Tristan from Primal Edge Health and his concerns and some of the actual, the characters that are behind a lot of these groups and organizations. He goes into deep. He's looked into some of these groups and worked out who they're associated with and what they've been up to. And that's can be quite interesting in finding out, who are these people that are actually trying to undermine our food supply. So it's that sort of stuff I look, but primarily for the health related stuff that I do and all that, I really look at academics and research. And that's why if you've seen all my videos, they always reference some study, and always I are referring to stuff that shows mechanism or shows a strong inference, and the likelihood that this is the case. And when I've said I see a strong inference, but it's the likelihood that it's something else, and then I sort of am basically hypothesizing or speculating, and I make that quite clear as well. Bart's really good because he's really good at statistics. He's really good at pulling apart science and stuff like that. And I've sent him stuff that he's actually done that I've come across, and he's done on his website, and pulls it apart really well. And I've learned a lot from him in terms of how to read studies and understand them. So it's been important to understand how things are getting fabricated. The obvious things, I can look at a study now and say that's fabricated, that's altered in this way. That's got the, what they're concluding here has nothing to do with what their own data is actually pointing to. It's contradictory. So I can actually see that stuff now, which is good. So he's one of those academic people that is really bright, understands this stuff. Where I probably have one over here is I've got the depth of knowledge on so many things that I've looked into far more than his traditional academic sort of pursuits that he's looked into. So we sort of, in a sense, we sort of complement each other in that regard. Areas that that I look into in depth are things that he probably hasn't in some cases, and so we sort of have this really good relationship and really good interaction, and on a lot of things we have strong agreements. And in areas where in the past, like on animal poofer, there was a bit of and eventually I was able to convince him by showing him the evidence, and he was convinced. He looked at it and said, yeah, you're right. Yeah, because he had the same misconceptions that I had from the paleo days, and so he came around on that point on animal poofers. And I agree with him as well that we don't need excess amounts. That's true. We don't need, but I don't have a problem with excess amounts from animal foods either. So if you eat 25 eggs a day, you're going to get quite a bit of omega-6 from the eggs themselves, but it's not a problem because the way it's actually held within the animal food, and the requirements are 11 times higher in the cells of humans in terms of omega-6s to omega-3s. It's only in the brain where it's a one-to-one ratio. So I don't have a big problem. As long as they're not rancid and damaged and stuff like that, I don't have a problem if they're coming from animal foods at all in that regard. So that's where I'm sort of a bit more slightly that position. I hold a very firm position on that, and I don't budge. And Bart sort of agrees in general terms on that front, but his view is, well, you don't really need as much. My view is, yes, you're probably right on that, but I don't see a big problem either if you've got more, because the body can handle as long as it's not rancid and stuff like that. And he agrees on that as well. So, you know, we've slight different nuancing in that regard, but it's you know, I don't see it as significant. On most other issues, I can't really say that I find any others really interesting, to be honest. I mean, I support them. I have a lot of YouTube. I follow a lot of carnivore YouTubers that I subscribe to, but I don't get their notifications. I've turned them off because I'm not interested in some of the content. It's sort of generic, and it doesn't, you know, it's the sort of generic stuff, which is fine for people that are getting an introduction into carnivory and want to know how to eat and what to eat and how to prepare foods and stuff like that. That's fine, you know. So they're good, and they need to be supported as channels, but it doesn't mean I have to look at them, because there's nothing there of value for me particular. You know, I'm more interested in sort of cutting edge areas. How can I biohack my body to remain viable well over 100 years of age after all the damage that I've done to it? That's where I'm focused, you know, and I think you guys are sort of more interested in that sort of stuff, and that's why you're here and not elsewhere. And that's why you follow me quite diligently, the small group that does follow me for those specific reasons. And that's been my focus anyway. So anyway, yeah. Pim's the other one. Pim, Mary, Ruddock as well. Shouldn't forget them. If you go to my featured, you'd actually see all the people that I actually, it's pretty much Bart's the prominent one, Pim, Mary, and a few others, but they're pretty much it of people that I really endorse on my site. And Bart pretty much is very much the same. He endorses me. He endorses, a couple of others similar to me, and Pim, and he, that's about it, because we're on a very similar wavelength in terms, and we're very much we're Puritans when it comes to the science, and the archaeological evidence of the N15 data, and we stress this. We stress the Randall cycle. We stress real, proper, mechanistic physiological processes that take place. Others don't. They talk all this, a lot of the people still in the carnivore community they demonize sugar in the same way the low carb people do, not understanding it's the Randall cycle. I mean, even our muscles require a certain amount of sugar, glycogen. We can produce it endogenously. We don't have to eat it, but it's not basically that glucose is the problem. It's the excess amount together with fat, which is the problem in terms of the Randall cycle. And this is what they don't understand. This is why there's so much confusion and conflict between the two camps. It's and me and Bart just sit there and just sort of giggle, because we're basically saying these guys just don't get it, and they're all caught up in either the hormonal system or the calories in, calories out. It's funny as, but that's the communities we're in. So I only find people like Bart, who I agree completely on I'm on the same page when it comes to understanding real physiology, how it works. Other people are Laszlo Boris. I do follow him as well. I do have to say I follow Jack Cruz as well, but I've got I've discussed it before. I'm not going to go back into some of the issues that I have with Jack, but I do follow him. Sometimes he comes up with some good information. I do follow David Sinclair, even though I disagree with a lot of what he's saying. But there are some areas that he's researching which is interesting. I just have a different take on those things compared to him. But I do look at some of that sort of stuff. So yeah. G'day, Alex. Yeah, I did. Kidney stones. Nice one. Damn comedians. Hey, I do the comedy on this channel. Yes, they do. They do. It's a long, yes. Worse than childbirth. Never tried it. Can't really tell you. Tracy can tell you a lot. Yeah, I know. Beverages, yeah. That's why I've cut out the beer. If I'm gonna go out, I have cider. Even though it's got more, I try to get the low sugar type ciders and stuff like that. Not always available, but beer just bloats me. I just can't handle it. Wine's the other option that I sometimes use. Yeah, wine. Yeah, fair enough. A bit of a damage limitation strategy. Fair enough. I understand, Dave. Yes, yeah. My younger sister may be getting down to Hobart in around Christmas. She said, we'll see. Don't know yet whether that's going to happen. I think she's had enough of Melbourne. Yep. Yeah. Amber O'Hearn, yep. People like that. I haven't seen, look, I subscribe to Amber O'Hearn and I do have notifications, but I haven't seen anything new from her for a while. So I don't know what's happening in her life, but she hasn't actually posted anything for ages now. Well, I haven't seen anything anyway. Paul occasionally does post a few things here or there, but I do watch them. But he's sort of he's more sporadic compared to the past. So yeah, well, most of my stuff about in terms of some of those studies that he's actually put out in relations to gut and the fiber stuff and all that, a lot of that was brought to in terms of Paul Mason's, and actually Paul has a very old video. Okay, it wasn't on his site, but it was on some other site where he talks about the old study that I'd come across, but I sort of didn't give it much credence at the time. And then I heard Paul actually go talk about it, and this was about the one, intravenously, where they were giving them different nutrients, and basically it was the basically it wasn't calcium, but it was phosphorus, protein, and salt that were making the difference in terms of preventing muscle and bone loss. And he actually mentioned it about it, and then I actually looked at it again, the study, because I'd actually seen it, but I ignored it. I don't know why. I just sort of saw it and I go, oh yeah, it's just one of those. I didn't give it much value at the time, and then I went back and actually read the whole thing properly, and I went, damn, how did I miss this? So yeah, so that was he focused my attention back to that study, that old study. So that was really an important thing, and it really just nailed it for me again, the importance. And that's why I usually say sun, salt, and meat, so well, you're 2 years younger than me. I'm a 55-year-old old fart. So I'm not doing too bad considering all the damage that I did for decades. Mhm. Especially all that lovely seed oil that I cooked with. Several of the low carb down under guys are pretty good for information. Yeah, they are. They are. Um, what's that guy Ben something? The guy out of Israel. He's pretty good. I like him as well. When he's sort of on the same page when it comes to the nitrogen 15 isotope analysis data. Michael Eads as well. He's really good. But he doesn't really have a YouTube site. A lot of these people don't have YouTube site, actual channels, and putting, so you don't, because that was the question was in terms of do you follow, you know. Yeah, I basically listen to more of that. I don't really watch his sort of training sessions. I just give him a tick, a thumbs up and leave it at that. I don't bother watching those because they don't really interest me about somebody training. I don't look at people cooking, their cooking stuff or training stuff. It completely doesn't do anything for me. Very nice, kind words. Oh, yeah, Ivor Cummings, that's right. Yeah, I do follow him. Yeah, definitely do follow him. Yes. He's right up there in terms of Jabba the Hutt. Yes, he's definitely a Jabba the Hutt aficionado. Yeah, I've seen that. Actually, Hello Kitty actually showed me that. I'd actually already seen it. It's been on a few things. It is epidemiological. It is, there's not much control in it. It's, Harvard, a typical Harvard epidemiological study. The good thing about it is that you do actually see that about a lot of the self-reporting, because remember, this is, like the food frequency questionnaires, it's self-reporting. And it's hypothesis generating. And you've got very high, positive levels, like in terms of obesity, diabetes, reversal, in terms of basically a number of other different ailments and all that, whether it's gut problems or whether it's certain other health issues. There's been a lot of reversals across the board in terms of the 90% levels that people are reporting. And that is really good because in no epidemiological study do you see those high levels. You don't. You basically see very minor improvements or changes in terms of, a few percentage points here or there. Where here we're seeing, massive orders of change and all that, but it's not controlled and it's not measured. So it's still epidemiological, it's self-recording. So it's a lot of N of ones, but what it does do, it actually puts out there that, that our epidemiological studies are actually showing stronger correlations than other epidemiological studies, like the vegetarian ones that Ornish did and stuff like that, because they're all observational epidemiological studies as well, with people basically providing their records of, I've had a reversal of this or that. It's the same sort of stuff. So basically, we've got something to hammer them over the head with. They've got their Ornish Esselstyn. We've got this one that we can bang them over the head in that regard. But still, we don't have proper clinical lock-in type. That's what we need. All we've got is the N15 data. For me, that's good enough. That is in the bones. It's 100% proof of long carnivory, of super hypercarnivory for long periods of time of hominin evolution. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a slam dunk in terms of that we are, this one, what it does is it sort of basically does what we call the science thing, the nutritional science thing. And the nutritional science is just basically one of the worst fields of science. It's basically junk, most of it. But in terms of, their junk and our junk looks better. That's all I can say about it. Ah, yes. Ivor, Fat Emperor, exactly. You can actually, if people want to donate to the Fat Emperor, there are basically sort of research stuff and all that Ivor does support and things like that related, and people can donate through his Fat Emperor site that he's got. Yeah, he is. He's a great information. A lot of the stuff that on the Jabba the Hutt related issues, usually I've picked up a lot from Ivor. Some of it from my own research that I've come across, recent research that's come out that, but in many cases, because this is still strictly a nutritional channel that I'm running, I haven't covered that material, but I did cover some of that material that not even Ivor has covered and discussed, as Tracy knows. I think you were there when I was going through it on the last Zoom stream. So people are missing out on very important information, but are coming to the Zoom streams. You should, because there's plenty of information and deep information as well. Yeah, I do follow Low Carb Down Under, the Ancestral Health Symposium as well, and a couple of others like that, which, yeah, I forgot about those. Yep. I've been following those for some time. A lot of I got onto those, especially the Ancestral Health Symposium I got on due to the Western A price. And Sally Fallon is another one that I followed for years. Again, she's from the Western A Price Foundation, so she's really good. Mary Ings was the lady that actually did the research on PUFA and the rancidity, and she was working at the Maryland research labs in Maryland, not too far from the CIA, so they did a lot of government contracts, but she was the one that actually realized that how bad these PUFA was, and she was basically threatened, pressured, cajoled, and told not to basically do that sort of research. She continued. And then with Sally Fallon, she set up the Western A Price Foundation and exposed a lot of this sort of stuff. This is the stuff a decade ago, 10 years ago, I saw the first video of Sally Fallon on the oiling of America. And at that moment, I realized how bad seed oils were, and I realized why I had cardiovascular disease and why I had bypass surgery. Yes. So there are a few people that have really helped me get to where I am today. So, yes, I have to thank them all. Food Lies Brian. Yeah, he's not too bad, but I find some of the people that he basically, let's say, that he has on his show are questionable. He even had Salad Boy recently. Yeah, say no more. I do sub, but, because he's a nice fellow, but yeah, really, Salad Boy. And he's a good friend of Mary's as well. That's the only reason I subscribe to him. Yeah, that guy in Japan, what I've learned, he's pretty good as well. I've watched a few of his videos, not a lot, but a few of them. Well, it's 11 years after doing a lot of changes to my, so yeah, if I go back, I had a big pot belly and I was about 20 kilos heavier. And pretty much I was being operated on and having my chest and my face was very pasty white. I really looked terrible. And that was about, we're talking about now 11 years when I had that operation. I was 44. Yeah. And it was pretty bad. I couldn't actually go up one flight of stairs, and now I jog up to the 9th floor. I was very unhealthy, very unfit, and really in a bad state. So, yeah, I've come a long way in the last 11 years, let's put it that way. But so it takes time to get to this stage where, I've sort of recovered a lot of the damage that I did and actually reversed some of my aging. I looked slightly older. So I was able to reverse a lot of that and have better skin complexion, clear out. I used to have even a lot of, like those aging signs of aging on my hands and stuff like that. There are none there anymore. It's all cleared away. If you've got all those little dark dots, they're all aging signs. I had a lot of those on my skin and stuff like that. I used to burn very easily. A lot of seed oils do a lot of the rancidity. So I really, forget about the other dietary stuff that I learned over time. But 11 years ago, the best person I came across was Sally Fallon. I literally love the woman. I don't agree with everything, but I love her because she really saved my life. She really got me on the right to realize that I had to get rid of the oils, completely eliminate them. Because there are still people that are eating these oils on keto diets or low carbohydrate diets that don't understand how damaging they are or dangerous they are. So this is bad stuff, or don't even believe that they're that bad. They don't understand how damaging they are to the human body. They are absolutely very high in primary and secondary oxidative products and shitloads of aldehydes. I've looked at the research; they go through the roof, and all lipid peroxidation, severe lipid peroxidation, comes from these oils. Absolutely extreme. And I look back at the studies that were done in 83 and 84 on lipid peroxidation. It was PUFA. And what do these fucking idiot scientists recommend? Statins. Let's lower LDL so it doesn't get damaged rather than taking out the oils, because it was inconvenient. We couldn't convince society to get rid of the oils. They're too endemic. Ridiculous, So that was the problem with that sort of stuff. But yeah, so I started from a very bad state with a lot of damage and a lot of PUFA, rancid PUFA in my cells. That's what I've been doing for the last decades. Low dose vitamin E from Jarrow for this whole period to deal with this. And it's the reason why I've been able to lose, remove that PUFA and oxidize it off as energy out of my fat cells, but at the same time not damage me in terms of mitochondria and have really have weakness and all that. Again, due to basically dealing with that stuff and also understanding the deuterium side of things and sort of taking mitigation strategies to deal with it. So yeah, I have to, Sally's on my top list of people that I have to thank and love. Yeah. Yeah, she's pretty good as well. She doesn't have I don't think she's got a YouTube site. I haven't found one, but she does do stuff around, and I do like her stuff. She's really good. She's exposed the industry, this corrupt, oil industry, and how bad it is. It's just bad as the tobacco industry, the dodgy stuff that they've done. I actually showed some of the stuff that I came across myself that other people have talked about in regards to some of the early oil companies that were, brought up in one of my live streams before. So some of you probably seen it. Yeah, she's pretty good. She's gone into the industry. She's understood all the politics and all that. Thank you. Yeah, I try to basically, I'm more interested in basically the cutting edges of biophysics and human physiology. I'm not interested in the regular stuff. Anybody can do the regular stuff. Generally speaking, I'm more interested in trying to understand some of this nuanced stuff. And if people haven't seen my recent video on which I did in terms of hypothesis, in terms of stored PUFA with high levels of deuterium, I've actually done a video on that covering my thinking behind that. It is a hypothesis, but I think that it has a lot of merit. Yes, I try and approach things, but I have to say there are a lot of people that got me to this level. It didn't, I learned a lot from other people, but also I have a propensity to do a lot of research myself. So I'm trying to always prove myself wrong. And when you try to prove yourself wrong, you usually learn more. When you get into an echo chamber and that's why I jettison a lot of ideas. If you'll take a look, I jettison the whole ideas about, animal PUFA being bad or pork being bad or stuff like that. Why? Because basically I looked into it and said, well, it's just nonsense what these people are talking about. Now, I understand in your case, it's a religious thing, and that's understandable. There are other alternatives in that regard. There are like a lot of the birds and camels. I mean, camel is a low deuterium animal food. If I was basically in the Arabian world where you are, that is what I'd be eating, camel meat. I definitely wouldn't be eating beef. I'd be eating camel meat, much better, and camel fat, way better even than pig, in that regard. But we can't get access to it here. It's very difficult. So the next best thing is for us Westerners is pork in that regard. And for a person with my sort of background, it's fine from a Greek background. But obviously from your background, it's definitely frowned on. Let's put it that way. And my partner also, she won't touch the stuff as well, again, for religious reasons and stuff like that, and cultural reasons. But yes, thanks. I appreciate the comment in that regard. Yeah, look, at the end of the day, I'm only interested in working out how things work. I can't see any value. I'm not selling any products. I can't see any value, basically. If something doesn't work, why push it? It's not working. Find a better alternative. Find something better. I don't know why people get caught up because they're selling products, they're selling something, and their whole life becomes part of it. Because I've got a regular day job, for me, I don't really have to care. I just say what I believe and what I understand in the level that I understand it. So for me, it's simple as that. But anyway, thanks anyway. Appreciate it. Oh, of course you do, Dave. Of course you do. And so do I. He's right at the top list. Even above Ted's, even above Bart. Let's not forget, And I'm disappointed that Bart doesn't have an official TED site, so we could all go and subscribe and basically make sure that we looked after Ted far more, It's exactly jealousy on Bart's side that he basically keeps Ted down. Yeah, it's awful, isn't it? Oh, exactly. Exceptionally articulate. Oh, yeah, exactly. And handsome. Oh, yeah, definitely. We're on the same page when it comes to Ted. To have okay, is there a way, symptoms, markers to know what that we have engaged the Randall cycle? For most people that are on mixed diets or other diets, they will not feel it. Somebody who basically, even somebody who drops out in a short term out of ketosis, won't know whether they are, because they're still oxidizing long chain fats and still using glucose that can be demand driven. So you're not going to, and if you're in that low gradient, you do not really know. But if you're in a higher gradient, you do. Your energy levels plummet. You notice that you just feel more lethargic, more, that's really what it is. So you see an energy decline. So that's one way of characterizing it. And you might, because it's a blockade, and especially if it's over a prolonged period of time, if it's quick on and off, you may not notice it very much. It may be a very low gradient, and then you're out of it. So it's really hard, to notice it. But if it's like severe, yeah, you'll notice it. Like if it's a couple of days, you'll notice, you don't have the energy levels you had before. So because you've got in the blockade at the cell level. And so you got a whole lot of energy you're just storing away into fat. And the body only after a certain stage starts disengaging after a couple of days. But if you're eating continuously the same sort of stuff, you're continually engaging it, and you're not getting out of that stage, and you will feel very lethargic in that regard. And at the cells, there's going to be difference, because one cell will actually deplete a lot of its energy and then upregulate those receptors. But when you're looking at all peripheral tissue, you still may have the majority of it still engaged, which means will not take in. Some cells will take here and there. They've disengaged, but the other ones aren't. And so still there is a lower gradient. And that's how the gradient is variable, because different cells are engaged at different times. And so it depends on the totality of your cells, how much is engaged or not, depending on the energy flux in the system. I know I just complicated it. So really it varies, but you do notice these changes in energy dynamics, So when you're in a sort of a low carbohydrate or ketotic state, usually that constant. When you're in a Randall cycle engagement continuously, you're in that sort of constant lethargic, not really having optimal levels of energy, like most people that are out there eating kibble, mixed shit on a sad diet. They're always feeling, really run down and all that. And then when you're in between, when you're shifting between those, you do notice those disturbances in energy, and the sort of you're not really feeling that like you were feeling before. And you've already done something that probably has caused that, in a sense. So it's hard to explain how one feels. Feelings are very much a state of your own mental, the way you mentally understand it is probably going to be slightly different than me. G'day, Stefan. Hi, Harry. My teeth are not the best anymore. Can I cut? I can cut a tough piece of steak into small pieces and then swallow them down without biting or chewing. Saliva helps. Saliva helpful as with carbs. I don't really know what diet you're on. You may have been on a vegan diet for some time, and that takes some time to actually resolve. The other thing is you've got to fix up your oral microbiome. So there are some videos that I've made in terms of, not specific on the oral microbiome, but there is a company that actually puts out, let me just find the tooth one. So obviously you have to shift your diet, but I would stick to things like soft things, like for now, like eggs and stuff like that. Eggs, some dairy and stuff like that. And cook, like if you're going to cook your meats, cook them basically like my father. Boil the meat in small amounts. Get like one of those spring waters, which are the alpine spring waters that are lower in deuterium. Put that in, cook, boil it up, then put it, then basically, and that will actually soften it because it'll absorb and it'll be much softer and easier to consume and chew, which is really important. I know a lot of old Greek men do that, like my father. Okay, now let me find. You're going to respond anytime soon? Thought I had that one stored, but I don't. Well, there you go. Yep, gums and teeth. There's the one. These are one of the two bacteria that I talked about, the infantis and these specific strains of reuteri, the ones that are really have been reduced to like something like 90% in the Western diet, and they are really important at actually clearing out some of the pathogenics. And these are really good in fixing up the oral side of things. So I'll just put that in. That's the one there, Stefan, that I've just put in. That's the company, and they have that product, and that's really good for the for the teeth. But really, you have to stay away from all these others. The other thing that I would also do is I would get a mineral a supplement, like a colloidal mineral in. I don't know where on the planet you are, which this is what this, this one is. So called King Island Colloidal Minerals. Just look for something which is very similar. So you'll have to look around and find. If you're in Australia, obviously you could go for something like that. But if you're elsewhere, you may have to look and investigate where you can find this product or something similar to this. So getting minerals in, very important. Vitamin D status, very important for teeth. And the other one is MK4, which is vitamin K2. And let me find that one in my my list. Because you will have to have a high dose one. You can't go for the low dose one, which I take at the moment. I used to do the high dose one, which when I had my early days of my cardiovascular issue. Nowadays, I go for a lower dose, but you need to get mineralization and you need to build up the bone tissue, because if your teeth are like that, your bones are just as problematic. You know, these high doses. This is what the Japanese studies and the studies out of the Netherlands showed quite clearly, that the combination of this sort of stuff will improve dramatically your teeth. So the K2, that last one that I put, is really important to really strengthen bones and teeth. Vitamin D, obviously, that's very important for terms of osteocalcin and all the actual enzymes that are involved in, because you want properly regulated so that you're not, if you've got low vitamin D, you will have more, and retinol, you will have much lower expression of certain key pathways that actually prevent the breakdown of teeth and bones. So you need to regulate the MMPs. So you do need to consider these sort of things. So obviously, getting retinol, some liver, some eggs and stuff like that from animal foods, you'll be fine in that regard to get up your status if you've basically been depleted for a long time. The K2 is really critically important. You'll actually notice a lot of your tarring in your teeth will go away. That and all the sort of will clean out and all that. That other bacteria is going to really help clean out a lot of the oral inflammation. The other thing you should do is basically gargle with salt, sea salt. And if you can actually get some iodine drops and put that in the actual water, gargle that as well. Cheapest way, since you're not consuming it, you're going to be spitting it out, you can always get iodinized salt, because you're going to be using, I usually, sometimes, this is what I do, I use iodinized salt and I put it in the colloidal minerals. So I don't give a shit. It's still iodinized sea salt. It does lose some of its micronutrient trace minerals. It doesn't have the same composition, but I put the trace minerals from the colloidal stuff in there, mix it all up, gargle it. And it's got the iodine as well, which is really good, helpful, and that will help your oral biome, plus that specific bacterial, those specific bacterial strains will really knock off the ones that are actually acid producing, causing a lot of the issues. Lower those down. You still need some of those. They still have some useful, but you need to lower them. And this one will rebalance that sort of situation until your diet starts kicking in and things start rebalancing on their own. So yeah, keep that in mind. So good luck, and I hope things go well for you. But yeah, use boiling to basically bring down the stuff to make it easier to consume the meats and stuff like that. Eggs, much easier to consume for the time being, and they do have high quality protein and a lot of phospholipids and stuff like that the body needs as important components to build good tissue. So, and high utilization, the highest 49%, meat 32%, everything else is 17 or below. So yep, eggs are magical. Hope that helped. The info. Canadian Club. I used to drink that. Oh, did she? Okay. Oh, yeah, she did. That's right. That's one thing. Yeah, I remember noticing it. I just didn't watch it. I should go back and watch it. Yeah, Gary. I do like Gary Fecky and his wife. All MIA right now. Thanks to the yeah, basically they're too scared. All of them. I know. You know. So even Bart has limited communications with some of them because the only person that actually fronted up recently is Paul. Paul Mason, that is. But many of the others are sort of gone hiding, literally. Look, I can sympathise. It's a very hostile environment currently, unfortunately. Even I'm on YouTube and I'm using sign language. Yeah, Tim Noakes is pretty good as well. There's a lot of people, I don't agree with all of them, but, they do have a lot to offer our community, the general low-carb community in the general totality. Yeah, I think we all did to some extent. I have to say I never really followed him. That I just didn't like him. There was something about him that I just didn't like. He just seemed shifty. He seemed, even Frankie's off the rails, but maybe at a point that he was this guy was dodgy, so he just seemed a bit too good to be true, so to speak. Because yeah, also very easy in the eye. It's good to know I'm easy on the eye. Gosh. Tracy, what can I say? It's no worse than all the other so-called studies. Yes, I know. But still, it is epidemiological. It is not experimental. But what we can say is that the correlative features are very strong. So I think if we don't see a follow-up study as in terms of a clinical study, I'll be disappointed. And I think we should all write to them and say, well, why not? Why aren't you following it up? As if you don't know, there's something that starts with a C and something that starts with a V. Yes. Oh, that one. And you need to do something, apparently, according to the officialdom, to deal with that issue that's out there. So, yes, you need to basically take a jab of the heart. Inoculation. Yeah, they don't know what they're missing, do they, Tracy? That you will end up seeing a slightly different side of me, and you'll probably actually hear me talk about all sorts of issues beyond nutrition. So if you're interested in other subject matters beyond nutrition that this channel's involved in, come along. We talk about all sorts of things. All I ask people is they are respectful to each other. At the end of the day, we may have some differences of opinion on other issues, but we need to be respectful to each other. Very happy with Harry and other guys I follow today, especially when I think back to the early days when I started with Eric, Bergs, and Frankie. Yeah, I know. We all did. We're all, I did as well. It's the reason why I consumed a lot of basically high oxalate foods like spinach every morning due to Eric, and ended up with a whole lot of kidney stones. So, yeah, thank you, Eric, for that. And, Frankie had his other sort of particular things, but I initially came across because it was in the early days and he still wasn't completely off the reservation, old Frankie. But as it went along, he started becoming hostile to certain people, and I sent him a message and said, look, that's pretty much it. Because I used to send him a lot of stuff, information, or try to help him out in the early days. But then I realized, he was a bit disrespectful, and then he became very hostile to Bart. And I'd already had cut off much interaction, but at that stage, but I didn't actually unsubscribe. But then once he became hostile to Bart, I said, well, you've really lost the plot. And I tried to explain to him, I said, look, and I even supported him for a while. I had him as a feature channel on my channel of featured channels and promoted his business, tried to help him. But he really, wasn't very much a team player, let's put it that way, when it came to the carnivore community. Frankie was out for himself and his own agendas, and he then really lost the plot going forward. So, yes, I lost interest as well at that stage, Dave. What about pork that fed soy and stuff? Still okay, I guess, maybe not too often to eat. Well, I actually did a video looking at pork meat and ruminants, monogastrics. And if you take a look at that video, the differences between foraging and the ones that were eating some grains and stuff like that, in some cases, they were actually better, the grain ones, than actually in terms of some of their fatty acid profile. So because pigs have the capacity, the monogastrics, they have the capacity to deplete much better and detoxify much better than ruminants, they don't really have this accumulation, where you'll probably have more problems with beef that's grain fed than with pork. So I think it's less of an issue in that regard from the research that I've seen. But that's, just based on that stuff, that regard. And it's also lower in deuterium. So pork is lower. Pigs are able to deplete deuterium much better than ruminants. So that's another advantage. So a ruminant that's grain fed will actually have high deuterium. So if you were going to go for any food, obviously if you're in Middle Eastern environment and stuff like that, obviously that's off the menu. But then you would look at something like camel, which is low deuterium, and again, a good quality animal food. I have to say, I love lamb. Yeah, I think we all get bad reactions. I used to get certain reactions. I used to have pimples all over my body, stuff like that. And yeah, once I gave up on all that, it pretty much cleared up. Yeah, she's pretty good. Yeah, nightshades are another issue. In some people, they can trigger really bad, hives and stuff like that. So depends on the genetics. Southern Europeans don't have a problem with nightshades, but other populations do. G'day, mate. It's good to see you, DC. Yeah, exactly. Where were you at the last live stream? Zoom session. You didn't turn up. Probably busy. I understand. Look forward to seeing you at the next one. Essential oils. Yay, nay, no. Most of them are quite rancid. Wouldn't put that shit on my skin. Exactly. Yep. Oh, look, I always accommodate because I come from that region. Being a Greek background, living in the Mediterranean, I do understand the food sensitivities that people have from those different cultures, and I respect them. So I've got friends that are basically both Jews and Muslims that have these food, you know, requirements. And so you've got to respect people, and the different cultures, the way they're brought up. Look, even some Christians, like I know that, like in the Horn of Africa, they don't consume pork, and also they also have a tradition of, like, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. They will basically um, do you know what I mean, on the penis, where, God Almighty, brain fog. Uh, you know what I mean? Yeah. And it's that whole region, and that predates any of the religions. It was a cultural thing because of a way of minimizing the spread of um, venereal diseases. So you've got to be respectful of people's cultures and stuff like that, and differences in that regard. It doesn't mean I endorse every culture in the world, no, in that regard. But you've got to be respectful of people's sort of differences. That's the only thing. But at the end of the day, I mean, our side is very much carnivorous, but I do nuance those sort of things. And I do, when I give answers, I do take into consideration people coming from different areas. So if somebody comes from the Middle East, from those sort of areas, obviously pork is off the menu, but there are other options like camel, which is a lower deuterium, both milk source and food source. So I would definitely recommend, and I would say that the carnivore community within the Middle East should also consider recommending more camel meat, um, as an alternative to other things. And it probably is even better for their economy, in a sense. Why import stuff when you've got so much low deuterium animal foods? I mean, if I was living there, I wouldn't actually import anything. I'd be eating mostly camel meat, personally, and milk. Um, Actually, let me know the difference. But I've never tried camel milk. I'd really like to know, what does it taste in terms of. I mean, you've have tried it. Have you tried cow milk? What's the difference? I'd really love to know. Bart needs a TED troll. It's all the sayings exactly. He needs to train Ted to be a bit more versatile in his in his insults. Yeah, definitely. A bit salty. Okay, interesting. So the camel milk's a bit salty compared to other. I actually like salt. That would. Hmm. That's the only difference. I'm surprised. Okay, interesting. I've got to try at some stage. I've got to try you know, at some point. You're welcome, mate. Yes, I've still got my camel thing that if Harry ever came back, I don't believe in reincarnation or anything like that, but if he ever came back, he'd want to come back as a camel and low deuterium animal. Where's I absolutely loved this one. This one that Luke did of me as a. Where is it? I know I put it in this folder. Ah, there it is. Thought it was in this folder. Oops. Oh. Yeah, one of Loki's best. Hi, Harry. Hope you are keeping well. Thanks for the great channel breakdown you have done on Novavax. Top bloke. You're welcome. Yeah, I sort of wanted to cover. I was actually, shocked because I've been looking at some of the other sort of stuff that's out there at the moment, and I was quite shocked at all the safety elements that they put into it. That's what was really surprising, that they went, they put that, they mutated the bond so it wouldn't snap off, part of the actual spike part. They put the prolines in there to prevent it from going inside the cell or actually in any way lodging into a cell wall. They really thought it out really well. It's even better, even superior in terms, even compared to a traditional type of vaccine, that the way they've actually taken into consideration not only the delivery method, but also to minimize these interaction with other tissue and stuff like that. So really interesting that they thought about all this sort of other nuanced issues regarding to it. So, and I thought to bring that out, which is important, but also to, to basically promote good, solid science in this area is what I've been trying to do. And I've been getting slapped down from YouTube, which is unfortunate, but that's what happens. But I've tried to stick to really looking at these things in a careful way and actually covering and providing the information in regards to, the oncology field of the other stuff that's been used, the Jabba the Hutt type of related stuff that's being used out there. And that's all I've tried to do, an honest appraisal of these things. I'm just surprised that so many other people have just been, let's say, less than honest of the way they've dealt with this, with a lot of this information. Another person that I really admire in this space is Ivor. He's really done some really good stuff, which is important. But unfortunately, many others haven't. So it's actually, I'll eat even raw ground beef with egg yolks, mixing it in. But I have to use salt and pepper when I do that. But I don't put a lot of pepper. I just want to put some pepper on it. One thing I did learn from Frankie is about how to do a New Yorker, where you pack on and you tightly pack on and then press down with and get all the actual pepper and salt compacted on each side of the meat, and then really cook it at very high temperatures on both, and sort of create this sort of like a caramelized, the spices and the salt, and it really gives it a really strong peppery type. It's called a New Yorker, and inside it's rare or medium rare. Really nice. At a period when I was just cooking New Yorkers one day after another. I was enjoying them so much, but I said, I need to probably ease off and eat some other foods as well. Yep. Definitely is. Oh, my llama, my dear friend. Interesting? Do I find it interesting? Should I find it interesting? You're always a bit cryptic with your questions, my dear llama. Yep. Yeah, I know. I think we all did. I used to feel, really like rat shit. Now I can just work for hours and I don't feel like that. Where before I used to, the afternoons, and coffee doesn't do anything for me. And I'm just, constantly I was sort of had sweets to be able to keep myself going. It was ridiculous. Teeth guy, I'm in Poland. I was only wondering if the human stomach generally can handle unchewed pieces of. Oh yeah. It can. Definitely. In the case I bought a steak that is very hard to bite, or better throw it away. No. You can basically, as I said, you can boil it, which will soften it. I usually can eat through bones, but I've been doing this for some time now, and so my teeth are really strong in that regard. And I also did high dose of K2, which also helped really mineralize and build my bones and my teeth really strong, and take out all the calcium around in my heart and put it into my bones, where it should be, out of the soft tissue into the hard tissue, which is your teeth and bones. So that's why I did high doses, like the Japanese research showed I should. So if you're in the early days, I would say if you continue certain high doses, you will see improvements in your teeth strength, and you will get to the stage where you can eat through bones like I do. Chicken bones, but still I can crunch them. I couldn't before. So hard meat is just, whatever compared to bones. So, or you can do what my father does. He, basically boils his, meat and softens it up that way. So, as a sort of a short-term type thing. Okay, was it? Yeah. Yeah, that's an option as well. Yeah, that is definitely an option. If you thinly slice it, yep, you can. Yeah, I heard. Yep, I think a lot of us did. Tom. G'day, Bert. Hi, Harry. I still watch Salad Boy. Salataire is very articulate and can remember information very well. I think in the fight for keeping meat in the diet, he has a lot of value. There's a lot of misinformation that he's putting out that is not very beneficial for people. And he is influenced by the Ray Peat crowd, Bert. So I'd have to disagree with you on your assessment of Salad Boy. In that regard, that he's articulate. Yes, he's well educated. He comes from a good wealthy family, so he's acquired some good skills in his life in that regard. It doesn't make him the smartest tool, but if somebody can be articulate, that doesn't mean that's the smartest person. Somebody can have good memory as well, but still can get a lot of things wrong in that regard. But I mean, I don't hate him or anything like that. I just think that he's wrong when it comes to some of the stuff that he's recommending nowadays. So me and Bart think that he's lost the plot on some of this stuff, and he's not a scientist, and he doesn't deeply understand some of these things. He doesn't understand deuterium. He doesn't understand a lot of these important, areas of biophysics, quantum biology, and stuff like that, and all the Randall cycle. He doesn't understand the Randall cycle, and because he doesn't understand these things, he's very easily swayed and easily to be manipulated by crackpots that basically play on people's lack of knowledge in these important areas of physiology and biochemistry and biophysics. And that's what's happened, that some of the people that he's been around, who are repeat types and all that, have been able to convince him to think slightly differently. That's what's happened. And I've seen a number of people succumb to some of that repeat nonsense. That's why I had to make some videos in regards to it. If you do Saladino or Paul or stuff like that, and my name, you'll find some of those videos, and you'll basically see my critique in that regard. So do check them out, Bert. But they're not Dr. Berg is pumping out videos per day, so no wonder some of them are totally off. Yeah, exactly. Look, a lot of his are generic, very generic in a lot of aspects. So a lot of the stuff's already been said by many others in the low carb, in the paleo community and all that. So always regurgitating his old information with a few new spins and some product placements of his own product placements, which is basically what Eric does primarily. He regurgitates a lot of old things as well. Because I'd seen some of his old stuff years ago, and now some of his recent stuff, I'm going, he's already said that. So he's regurgitating certain stuff that he's already spoken about in that regard. So, but compared to some of the other people out there, I mean, he's done a few recent backflips on the carnivore diet. He's sort of endorsing it for some people who can't tolerate vegetables, which is very interesting. But he's got a business model around selling supplements that are basically vegetable based. That's the problem, and that's where he's compromised the money side of things. I started with Grundy high oxalate to low protein, but I lost a ton of weight. Yes. And probably muscle mass as well, like a lot of people do. Interesting. I knew Keto before Dr. Berg's, but one thing I did find it's suspicious from him is 7 to 10 of veggies per day. Yes, I know. I actually tried doing that for a period, and let's say my gut really wasn't very happy with me a couple of years back. Honey Boy was fighting with Biscuit Boy since the beginning. Oh, yes, exactly. Oh, yeah, that's right. Frankie's become Biscuit Boy. Yes, I know. Yeah. It's crazy. Yes. Honey and Biscuit Boy. Nice one. I'll have to get. I'll have to get Lukey to make it an actual the two of them, Biscuit Boy, sort of a honey boy with some sort of like a waxy material, like a sword or whatever, and Biscuit Boy with a biscuit shield and stuff like that. Make a real comical thing. I'll have to ask you to do that. That'll be funny as. Yeah, I think we all did to some extent. Yeah, still dumping the oxalates today. Exactly. I think we all did, and there's nothing wrong with being honest. We all sort of were searching for something, something better, and a lot of us went down some wrong avenues here or there. It happens. Yeah, he is. That's true. He is. It took some time to come around, but eventually, yes, he is quite a bit, which is surprising because, and it's really hard because he comes from a plant-based, and it's really hard to, because most of the food supply now with plants is just glyphosate. So it's not easy. It's only on an animal-based diet that you can actually escape most of the glyphosate. Yeah, I actually never followed Paul. The people that I first came across in the carnivore community as I was coming out of the low carb and all that, I came across Sverige, and realized here's a nutcase, and moved on. And then I nearly abandoned, after I saw that guy, I nearly abandoned the carnivore community. I said, there's got to be other people that are more sensible in this community. And then I came across Amber O'Hearn and about her story. And Paul, sorry. And I also came across, Sean Baker, people like that, Bart, and a few others. Bart was just starting, and it was very early in that stage that he's, but initially, because I actually found out about Bart, I think from Frankie, I actually found out, I think it was Frankie that I actually found out about Bart, because he had done something with him or whatever. But up until that stage, I only knew a couple of I still was basically watching mostly Ancestral Health Symposium, Low Carb Down Under, those sort of things. And I sort of just was scanting around Carnivore. And I looked at the zero carb sort of website. So that was another one. And there was, a couple of other European sites that, talked about Carnivore, and they seemed interesting. And I sort of just started reducing my plants at that stage. I was reducing, and sort of started realizing the problems with plants, anti-nutrients, oxalates, and all this, and sort of started removing them. And slowly but surely, then started seeing more stuff. Then came across a few others like Paul Mason. That was through the Low Carb Down Under. And eventually, I came across Bart. And when I came across Bart, I realized this guy makes sense. Actually makes sense. I had no idea about the Randor cycle. I heard it from Bart. I heard it earlier, but the way I heard it from others didn't really make sense. It never really clicked with me. But when I heard it from Bart, it really made sense. And I go, now I get why the vegans are claiming one thing and the low carb people are claiming the other thing. And then I went back and searched the history, and I tried to work out what the hell is going on. That's when I came across a guy called Walter Kempner, who did the this high sugar diet, 94%, 4% protein, 2% fat. And that was an eye-opener, an absolute eye-opener. So, and realized that, shit, Bart's right. The only problem is, and Walter understood this as well, said, because of the insulin levels and the retention, you can't put any electrolytes in, but you have to put iron as a supplement, the only thing. And if you do it too long, you'll end up with nutrient deficiencies. So you have to go back to eating normal foods, which is, eating the standard diet of that time, of the 1930s, which still was primarily animal based with some carbohydrates. So it was a mixed diet, but a much, because of the more physical work that people did back then and all that, was less problematic in that regard. And then I did more research deeper into understanding the Randall cycle, my own research, and realized there are greater dimensions in this. Then understood, So I'd actually come across Laszlo Boris with, deuterium before I came across Bart in that regard. So I'd already knew about deuterium and stuff like that. But then I understood deuterium better within the sort of Randall cycle sort of dynamics as well. So I had a deeper understanding. The person that I learnt more about through Bart was Jack Cruz, because I had seen something of Jack's and I sort of dismissed it. And then Bart had him on at some stage, and then I sort of said, let me look into it a bit more in that regard. Probably because the way he comes across, just sort of, he's not the easiest person to either understand or the easiest person. I think what Bart said once, he said, Jack makes it so cryptic, nobody can actually find a flaw in his argument. And I think that's the problem. Jack's ego can't handle, being criticized or whatever. So that's, I think, without Bart saying it, because they're friends, he hit the nail on the head on that one. Anyway. Yeah, she's actually nice. I actually, have you seen it? I've seen some of her recent stuff. I do subscribe to her. Some of her recent stuff where she does the comical things it takes on, the carnivore community and all the intrigues. Sometimes she's got a really good humor. Let's put it that way. I really like Kelly. Really nice lady. Yes, he was still being developed. That Harry. Yeah, still being developed, Dave. Yeah, she's pretty good as well. I just haven't seen much of her recently. I don't know what she's doing, but I investigated the blood type diet. I actually looked at that and I realized, nah. Yeah, it basically does. At least in absolutely nowhere. It's so contradictory. It's really just junk, So, and actually, even the bullshit that he actually claims that O types are much older. No, it's not. The A type is much lower. It's more ancestral, and it's not plant-based, So, yeah, even chimps have more A type, So, yeah, I know. It's just, you realize very quickly that it was just absolute nonsense. Oh, that's the camel milk. I've got to get myself some camel milk at some stage. I've got to give it a try. Tried, goat milk, sheep milk. Obviously, everybody's tried cow milk, or most people have on this planet. But yeah, it's one animal that I really want to try. I've heard so much about it, and I know that it's low in deuterium. I know it has much higher lactoferrin, so it has a lot of good benefits. Morning, Lukey. Good to see you, mate. You must have just got up. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm about to pull the plug shortly anyway. Yeah, probably would be. Probably would be interesting. Actually, that's a good idea, actually, Tracy. I didn't think of that. Maybe, I should actually look at the specialty stores. Maybe somebody has actually created like camel meat jerky and selling it on the web or whatever. I should, thanks for that. I need to search for that. Maybe I can find some. That's one way of actually trying it. Look, he's got a lot of fans here. Oh, it's all meat to me, mate. Look, it's got different. I think if you want more fatness, ground meat, you're going to get more fatness in compared to a steak. Yeah, and you can do different things. I like burgers as well. So, and I like burgers, and then throwing on an egg on top of that, or a poached egg, and then just salt and pepper. Very nice. So yeah, you can do it in different ways. I'll join your Zoom when the battle is over. So you've been involved in plenty of Jabba the Hutt. May the force be with you, DC. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. We're in the same boat in Australia, and we've got Polly's down here talking about mandates and stuff and legislation. So yeah, it's worrying. A camel, not a llama, not an alpaca. Dude, just cute. Are you claiming you're a... Oh, I thought you were a llama. You're claiming you're a camel. You've just spoiled it for me. Damn. I've been crushed, Tracy. You know. You mean minoquinone 4, you mean? Or the other or which minoquinone? You got to be specific. I mean, just saying minoquinone means nothing to me. Yes, there are many minoquinones. Are you talking about the animal one, 4? Are you talking about natto, 7? Which one are we talking about? Got to be specific. DJ Projectus, you're late. Dusters. Usually 15 milligrams, which you take 3, which is 45 milligrams. That's the high doses. That's what they did in the experiments in Japan and in also the Netherlands. They used minoquinone 4, and they used high doses to decalcify soft tissue, and it does work. And that's how I did it with myself. And I used the taurine to sort of deal with the fibrotic tissue in my heart, which also got reversed. But yes, it does also mineralize your teeth and your bones, which is really good as well. So it's a handy bonus in that regard. So Then you get really strong teeth. You can bite through bones or small bones like chicken bones and things like that. Yes, great stuff. Takes a few years to get that sort of level of chewing power, but it does happen eventually. Yeah, well, Loki gets up and then he goes and does he's got his little ritual of exercise, and then he'll come on, and then he goes off to do his sunbaking thing. So he's got his own little ritual. Okay, too. Can I eat some veggie salad? But has a limit there where I get stomach cramps. Really bad stomach cramps, even for several days. Yeah, look, if you're going to basically eat vegetables, cooked. Yeah, don't eat them raw. It's even worse. But best to avoid them altogether. Unnecessary. What nutrition are you going to get? Zombie, you're late. Where have you been? It's 10 o'clock. You're looking after the kids and then putting them to sleep. Fair enough. Could be worse. Could have started keto like I did with Stephanie Person, who has changed and is now, but back in the days, her 30 grams of fat and 60 grams of protein protocol was gross. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, look, I did some crazy things like 85% fat and 15% protein, and it's just efficient. It's not enough. It's what the sad dieters are consuming. It's just suboptimal. You need to get at least double that, if not more, in terms of protein. And yeah, I just fat bombs and all that. It just became nauseating, absolute nauseating. I know, God, I did that for about a month and then I just gave up. That was it. It's just, ugh. And I really felt cold in that period as well because, I was just eating so much fat and just very little protein, doing a therapeutic keto, which is just ridiculous. As if I had epilepsy or something, sort of, yeah. I did come across Michaela as well, and actually I did come across the Petersons on the Joe Rogan. So, and that was way back as well. So that was another little bit that sort of opened my interests, because I was already shifting towards carnivore. But some of these sort of things, I go, hold on, his daughter's had all these ailments, and then she goes full animal based carnivore, and all these things go away. Now Bohern with her bipolar, I'm going, there's something with this diet. And then I go, then I thought about it and I said, well, the Inuit eat like that, have been eating like that multiple generations. They haven't died out. The Maasai, dairy and meat, they haven't died out. They're doing pretty well. So, so it sort of made it much easier to go to the next level. That's true. And she still does to some extent, unfortunately. Would you upload snippets of these streams if someone put in the work on video editing? I feel like a lot of good questions are buried in endless streams that only overreach a third of ever subscribers. Yeah, I would. If people basically did a whole lot of snippets, I'd probably upload them. Yep, probably would. Are you volunteering? Yeah, yeah, exactly. She was. Yeah, same here. Yeah, exactly. I came via Joe Rogan. I found out about Sean and also the Petersons, and so yeah, he's got a bit of a wit to him. But when it comes to the science, the people that I basically have a lot of respect for when it comes to the science in this area is basically Bart, Laszlo Boris, you know, are the two people that I have a lot of respect for when it comes to deep understanding of physiology and the way the body works. So, sorry, Bart, but Laszlo's he's the one that opened my eyes about deuterium and all that. So I do put him, you know, in the old days, about 11 years ago, when I was following the Western A Price Foundation, yes, I did listen to some of his stuff. But even then, I didn't agree with a lot of his stuff. I thought that some of his views were not well argued, let's put it that way. And I could actually find studies that actually contradicted some of the stuff that he was saying. So I wasn't as convinced that that he really understood everything or understood things the way they needed to. So he got recently highly relevant stuff on Jabba, and must check him out, Harry. Okay, I'll take a look and see what he's. Oh, look, it's at the end of the day, keto, low, carnivore, they're all in general low carbohydrate diets of one sort or another. So it's not, yeah, it's not basically as if necessarily we have to be, but yeah. Yeah, 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 she's. Her recent stuff's really good. Yeah, look, I do find that sometimes he can be a bit sort of reductionist. I think he's gone down the sort of the Thyman type rabbit hole a bit too far and lost himself a bit on that front, in my personal opinion. I think he sees everything through a narrow prism of methionine and nothing else. At the end of the day, there are key nutrients that are required, but there's also rate limiting enzymes. You can only use so much. So, I mean, you can't store methionine anyway. So, I don't really see. And the other thing is, you don't want to be pushing stuff. Well, you can't physically push stuff through. I mean, all you could do with high dose is probably saturate, but in many cases, you end up with expensive urine for most of the time. So that's probably my own criticism of Elliot in that regard. I think that when it comes to health and stuff like that, it's more complicated. I don't think he appreciates the deuterium side of things. I don't think he's looked into some of the other aspects and all that. But he is a very knowledgeable person and does understand. He can read out, he can explain the biochemistry pretty well in that regard, But the problem is explaining and fully, deeply understanding is a different thing altogether. Just because somebody can actually memorize something really well and say it, it doesn't mean they understand it. There's a difference between the two. And the other side of things is I've had to deal with some of the people that he's dealt with that have not actually seen good outcomes. I'll leave it at that. Bat milk. A few organic places up here in Brisbane have camel milk. Damn, I'm in the wrong place. Bloody Tassie. We're limited down here. We're very limited, unfortunately. I'm just running right through them. If you all llamas are camels. Some camels would disagree with you. Yes, he's very much so. Sometimes. Still unsure. Will unchew crunch meat just stay in the stomach until they're broken. As long as your stomach is, if the acidity is low enough, your body will basically break it down to the fatty acids and the amino acids. As long as your pH is very low of your stomach. What helps actually improve pH? Animal protein reduces pH. The taurine, you can actually supplement taurine to basically improve the pH. And sodium, salt, which is basically sodium chloride. You need chloride for stomach acid as well. Plus, you need a few other things as well. Vitamin D plays a role. MK4, all these other things micronutrients play a role. But the key ones, the big ones, are definitely taurine, which you find in animal foods, and also salt, the chloride part of the salt. So yes, if you got a good stomach acidity, you could put iron in there and it would basically dissolve, because it's like battery acid at a 1 and 1.5, your pH. So not a problem. Just because you can't chew it in the stomach, it will dissolve completely. It doesn't ferment. It gets absorbed into the through the gut, through the small intestine. That's where meat gets absorbed. Very little gets into the colon. So, and Alex can actually explain that if he's still around, because Alex basically doesn't have one. So he knows what comes out into his bag. Very little. So no, it doesn't happen that way. I know there's a lot of nonsense out there in the veganerized community, but it's not the case. It's another lie. Okay, busy. Fair enough. That's okay. We've all got busy lives. We've got a family to look after and stuff like that, which is fair enough. G'day, Neff. You're late. Yes, exactly. So maybe one of the reasons we crave salt when we eat meat is because it helps lowering the pH. Yep, possibly. I would say so. Strong reason for it. But if we got sufficient salt, the body can actually, can use that additional chloride. It's got the ability to move it around. So, but if you're on the lower side, yep, you will crave it more. Sometimes cravings are actually a salt craving, not actually a carbohydrate craving. Sometimes people don't know how to read their own body, unfortunately. Anyway, bloody hell, it's 10:30. I got work tomorrow. And I'm going to pull the pin. So we've had a long session of 4.5 hours. And all I can say is thanks for being here. Appreciate it. What do they say? They say Elvis deed with impact column full of meat. Elvis was also loved to eat fried peanut butter sandwiches. It's a lie. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He was one of the biggest carb-holics out there. Yes, he did. Like he ate the sad diet, basically. He wasn't a big meat eater. People that knew him, but he definitely ate a lot of fried stuff, and peanuts was one of his favorites. That's true. So I heard about the peanut thing. He had a bit of a craze on that. It even sent staff out to get some when he had his cravings. Thanks, mate. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you, UAE. Biff. Bert. Thanks, mate. You're welcome, Tracy. And I appreciate all your time for being here for all this amount of time. So we've had a long session for the amount of people that have been here for the longest part. That is truly appreciated by me. Thanks. Oh, and let's not forget, you have a bit of new competition now. You've got a wacky grandma out there. Keep yourself, that should keep you on your toes. Anyway, guys, thanks. Appreciate it for being here. And I will see you lovely people next week. And I'm also organizing a Zoom session for the North American crowd. So there'll be, I'll have a Saturday one, but it's going to be a short one because I do want to get up for the Sunday stuff. And then I'm going to take Monday off. And at that stage, I shall. And in cases for Shell as well, just to bring you up to attention, I'll be basically doing a Zoom session next Monday, Australian Eastern Standard Time, which means it's going to be Sunday evening stateside. So basically you guys can join because a lot of the actual Zoom sessions have been happening on this side, which is basically covering the Eurasian area, but I've done none for the stateside people. So I definitely want to do it. It's just trying to find the right, because I can't do it on like Friday morning, not possible. I'm working. Saturday morning, I'm off to the markets and I'm off to my walks with my friends. So I can't do it. Sunday, I've got a program in the morning. So only Mondays, which is your Sunday nights, is viable. So we'll have the occasional. There'll be next one, which I'll have to use some of my leave entitlements. Exactly. Some of my time that I've accumulated to be able to take a day off for myself, but I will use that to basically, I hope people do appreciate it and do turn up for those Zoom sessions in the stateside because, I am taking, after all, using my own hours to flex off for the day. So I'll run a Zoom session. It'll give you guys an opportunity to come along and vent your spleen like I will be doing on a number of stuff, especially on a lot of stuff having to do with Jabba the Hutt. We'll be talking a lot about that guy and his mischievous mandates. Yes, very much so. We're just about to finish, so you can start at the beginning. Just go through the last stuff, Tom. And I'm out of here. See you guys. It's all over Red Rover. In broadcast. Click.